1st, 2025 meeting of the City of Pacifica Planning Commission. Excited to be in 2025. This meeting is called to order. May I please have a roll call?
Great. Chair Hauser,
Here.
Vice Chair Ferguson,
Present.
Commissioner Redfield,
Present.
Commissioner Godwin,
Present.
Commissioner Berman,
Here.
and Commissioner Devine.
Divine. Present.
Devine. I can't read my own handwriting, I'm sorry.
Vice Chair, can you please leave us in the salute to the flag? Thank you, Vice Chair. All right, thank you. Before we get into administrative business, any member of the public wishing to make public comment on any item should complete a speaker card like this and bring it to the front and hand it to staff. On the card, please indicate the agenda item on which you wish to comment or oral communications for items not on the agenda. Members of the public may also participate in the meeting via Zoom or by the dial-in options shown on the screen. If you are dialing in, press *9 to raise your hand when the public comment opportunity is called, and then *6 to unmute yourself. Public meetings are a limited public forum, meaning that there are rules for commenting at these meetings. Comments on non-agendized items must address matters within the subject matter jurisdiction of the Planning Commission, and comments on agendized items must relate to that specific item. If comments do not fall into one of these categories, the city will provide you with an initial warning to stay within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city or on topic. If the warning is not followed, I will direct the city clerk to cut off the microphone, and throughout this warning system, I will seek the assistance of our city attorney in identifying comments not related to the agenda item or not within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city. Thank you. All right. So that brings us to administrative business. I do not see any public comment on administrative business, and I'm assuming no raised hands on Zoom for administrative business.
There are no raised hands on Zoom.
Perfect. So before I ask for a motion on the order of agenda, being that our new planning director is here, I would like to propose moving communications to the top of the agenda after this approval. And that's my motion.
Make a motion that we approve the order of the agenda.
With my change to move communications to now?
With your change to move
Okay,
communications
thank
up,
you.
yes.
I will second that. Let's please vote.
And that motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. All right, so we will start with commission communications. I only have, actually I have two. One is, this is our first meeting without Commissioner Greg Wright, now Councilmember Greg Wright, and while he is missed, I'm very happy to see him on a different dais. So I'm just kind of giving a celebratory shout out, and then a welcome to our new planning director. Do we have any other commission communications?
I have one. I was walking along Lindemar Beach this weekend, and I was happy to see that the coastal trail at the southern portion of Taco Bell is constructed, which is awesome. If anyone follows along, tunes in to Planning Commission meetings, I've been an advocate for continuity along that coastal trail. I noticed that the northern section's not yet constructed. I'm guessing that's just a phasing plan. They're just phasing the order that they construct and disturb the site. But I was curious if that is the case or if something changed since our last discussion. I don't expect an answer tonight, but perhaps in the future.
Thank you, Commissioner Berman. Any other commission communications?
And if I may, I'd also like to welcome our new Community Development Director. Welcome. Another Samantha in the room, so that's great. Also, I saw the, going back over for tonight's agenda item, the minutes, and that goes back to the Taco Bell project that you so eloquently went through the minutes on that, and that was from April. So it's nice to see things coming to fruition on that. So thank you for pushing that forward.
All right, thank you. And I will correct my term, because it is Community Development Director. So Ms. Updegrave, if you could give your communications and maybe tell us a little bit about your background.
Sure. Thank you, Chair Hauser. I'm really happy to be here tonight at the first Planning Commission meeting of the year. My name is Samantha Updegrave. It's pronounced exactly like it's spelled. And I have only been here for about a month now, so diving right in. I came recently from the city of Berkeley, where I was the zoning officer and secretary for their Zoning Adjustments Board, which serves as their quasi-judicial body on development applications. Before coming to California, I spent the first part of my career mostly with the city of Seattle in the state of Washington, and I'm happy to be here.
Yeah, welcome.
Thank you.
All right. So moving right along, that brings us to approval of minutes. There are a lot. Did anyone have any comments on the minutes, or would someone like to make a motion on each, all?
Would like to make a comment on the minutes, just going back kind of to what Vice Chair Ferguson kind of reiterated to a few meetings ago about the time frame of the minutes. So we're going all the way back to March of last year, April, May, and August of last year. So it would be wonderful if we could expedite that. It would took me many hours to go through the long meeting minutes, which were very informative. It was nice to rehash that, but it's also it takes a lot to go back and refresh the memory. So that's it.
Okay. Would you like to make a motion to approve?
I'd like to make a motion that we approve the minutes.
Is there a
Second.
Okay, let's please vote.
Sorry about that. Could you please revote?
Redo.
And that motion passes unanimously.
Okay. For designation of liaison to city council, we have none listed, but being that there is an item tonight that would have to go to council, I'd like to kind of preemptively ask city staff if there is a sense of when this would go to council if item 1 passes. Do we have any idea?
We don't have a date yet, but presumably late February.
Okay.
So I do believe we will have another meeting
interstitial. Perfect.
before then.
Okay. All right. Then I will move right along to oral communications. Oral communications is the portion of the agenda that's available to the public to address items that are not agendized tonight and are within the subject matter jurisdiction of this commission, and the time for any speaker will be 3 minutes. I have a bunch of speaker cards here. All of them are for the agendized item. So if anyone has a oral communication not pertaining to the STR item. I see one more card coming. Is this an oral communication? Okay, I'm going to move right along then. Any raised hands on Zoom or any dial-in raised hands?
There are no raised hands on Zoom.
Okay, fabulous. So I will then close oral communications and move past consent items, of which there are none, and on to new public hearings. File number 2025-001, text amendment TA-127-25, initiated by the City of Pacifica to repeal and replace Article 49, short-term rentals of the City of Pacifica zoning regulations. Considering that I have a very thick stack of cards here, and I'm sure there are people who are dialed in that are looking to speak to this as well, I am going to shorten public comment to 2 minutes per speaker. And with that, I would ask if staff has a staff report, please.
Thank you again, Chair Hauser, and good evening, Commissioners. My name is Samantha Updegrave, Community Development Director, and I'm presenting tonight on behalf of staff. In the presentation, I'll provide an overview of the current short-term rental regulations, Council's consideration and direction to the City Manager, touch on the coastal zones, highlight the proposed amendments and fiscal impacts, summarize public comments, and conclude with the recommendation based on the policy direction provided by the City Council. A short-term rental, or an STR, is the use of a dwelling unit or portion of it for the rental of less than 30 consecutive days. The city first established STR regulations in 2018 that provided operational, permit application and revocation requirements and enforcement provisions. The STR ordinance was amended in 2023 to impose a cap of 150 STR permits within the city at any given time. That ordinance also clarified that junior ADUs could not be used as STRs and aligned the timing of permit renewals with business licenses. The City Council held 4 study sessions on the STR program in 2024. These included presentations from staff and policy discussions about the current program, impacts on neighborhoods and housing availability, and implementation. The City Council directed the City Manager to prepare a revised ordinance based on specific policies, which are reflected in the draft ordinance that's before you this evening. And then just a reminder that any amended regulations in the coastal zone would be contingent upon certification of a local coastal program amendment by the California Coastal Commission. Highlights of the proposed text amendments responding to the City Council's direction include the following: added definitions for events, primary residence, and hosted and unhosted STRs, a requirement that STRs are located in a primary residence, a prohibition on unhosted STRs in multifamily dwellings, parking requirements for 1 parking space per STR bedroom, for unhosted STRs, a 2-night minimum stay and a maximum 90-night rental per year. Advertising and signage obligations, limits occupancy to 2 persons per legally permitted bedroom, excluding children under the age of 12, time restrictions for outdoor pool and spa use, designation of a responsible party, and clarifies that operators of hosted STRs may reside in the primary dwelling or an ADU, and other compliance and operational requirements. Potential fiscal impacts of the amended ordinance include a reduction in city revenues. The transit occupancy taxes, or TOT, projected for the coming year under the existing ordinance is $1.6 to $1.8 million, and the estimated reduction under the proposed ordinance is $850,000 to $9,000. The estimated reduction in business license tax and STR permit fees is between $100,000 and $200,000. There's also increased administrative costs from staff and consultant time, which includes tracking rental activities, enforcement, initiating permit revocations, and creating evidentiary packets for hearings. So the total fiscal impact would be between $1.1 and $1.3 million, plus additional staff capacity needs. The city received 19 public comment letters after publication of the staff report. There was both support and opposition to the primary residence requirement, general support for designation of a responsible party and the installation of noise meters, and and then the letters of opposition really fell into 2 camps. So opposition to changes related to the limitations that would be imposed on unhosted STRs, and then opposition to regulations for not being restrictive enough. So in general, the opposition was based on the following: loss of revenue for the city and small businesses, maintaining affordable access to the coastline, the 90-night rental limit per year for unhosted as both too restrictive and not restrictive enough, occupancy and visitor limits, allowance for ADUs to be the primary residence for hosted STRs, and self-certification and inspections for hosted STRs. Based on the policy direction provided by the City Council, staff recommends the Planning Commission find the text amendment exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act and adopt a resolution to recommend approval of the text amendment to the City Council. So that concludes my presentation, and both myself and Assistant City Manager Yulia Carter are available to answer questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Updegrave. Before we move to public comment, do members of the commission have questions for staff? We will also have an opportunity after public comment.
I have a number.
Would you like to ask them now or after we hear from the community?
I think now would be a good time if that's
Please,
okay with
Commissioner
you.
Godwin, absolutely.
Okay. I've got a number of questions. This seems to be a pretty controversial issue. So let me just begin. My first question is, how many STR hosts have been banned from operating STRs due to complaints or non-payment of the TOT to date over the roughly 5-6 years this program's been in existence?
Commissioner Godwin, can you repeat that question, please?
Certainly. I would like to know how many STR hosts have been banned from offering STRs for at least, I think the current term is a year, due to complaints, or due to, I guess, 2 complaints within a year, or non-payment of the TOT, or slow payment of the TOT during this 5 or 6 year period.
So how many have been banned, or how many have had their STR permit revoked?
Either one, or both, preferably.
Okay, I'll ask Assistant City Manager Carter if she can respond.
Well, over the last year, I believe we revoked just 1 permit, but there were several permits that were not renewed during the renewal due to complaints.
Okay, so one person was banned for a year and a couple of were not
One permit
renewed.
was revoked without them being allowed to reapply. And several permits, I don't have the number in front of me right now, but a handful of permits were not renewed during the renewal.
Okay. When you were
Having said that,
crafting this,
just second
sorry.
part of your question was related to, one part of the question was related to complaints, and the second part related to non-payment of TOT. So we do have remaining non-compliant STRs that are currently operating that were not remeeting TOT or STR permits. So that's a separate compliance process that we are going through with the third party. So we can't revoke the permit based on that compliance piece.
understand. Next question. Did you consider a 7-day minimum rental time rather than 2 days? Given that, nationally, 7-day rental times are considered far more cost-effective for the potential tenants than shorter rentals.
The City Council provided direction for a 2-night minimum stay.
Okay. We've had some problems with some STRs. Have you considered an immediate moratorium on STR rentals until this new, more restrictive ordinance can be written, shown that it can be enforced, because enforcement has been a concern in the community and clearly has public support? And if not, why not?
So, Commissioner Godwin, there was a lot of discussion about a potential moratorium, but moratoriums require specific findings be made in order to support a moratorium, and it was our determination that those findings would be difficult for the council to make, given the circumstances, every time that the issue came up. So our recommendation has been that the council make amendments to the ordinance and get that implemented in the normal process that they would any other zoning ordinance.
Okay. I know I've got a lot of questions tonight, so please bear with me. My casual reading of the literature said that there are many different caps on rental days per year that have been implemented successfully by different locations. I know, for instance, Amsterdam has a 30-day cap per unit. San Mateo County has a 180. LA has a 120. Half Moon Bay has a 60. We're proposing a 90. Could you go through your rationale of why you chose 90 out of all the range of number of days you could have selected?
So Commissioner Godwin, again, another great question. This was discussed thoroughly by the council, and the council discussed options for days, ultimately decided on 90 days. A majority of the council directed staff to include a 90-day limitation. That's how that number was chosen.
Okay. It's pretty clear in the writings from places like Harvard Business Review and other people who've analyzed these type of ordinances in a more academic way that the cost of operating a short-term rental, both socially and the cost of the structures that are done are much higher than a hotel room. Is there any thought given to providing an additional tax or licensing fee or something on top of the TOT tax that would raise the amount of money received by the city for a short-term rental substantially above what someone would get if they chose to stay in a hotel?
So, Commissioner Godwin, the city just had there was a ballot measure on the ballot this November for an increase of the TOT tax. So that recently was increased. Short-term rentals are required to pay the transient occupancy tax, the TOT. I'm sorry, short-term rental guests are required to pay the TOT. And then in terms of the fee, the city does have a permit fee for short-term rentals. So that's already been established. The city can recover its costs associated with the permit as part of that fee, and the city, has established a fee that provides coverage for the costs of service related to that permit.
Yes, I'm aware of that, but at least the literature I've read has said the number ought to be substantially higher than what you would charge a hotel, and they seem quite similar to me.
In terms of a fee I'm not clear what fee a hotel pays other than their business license tax? Are you talking about
Yes,
business license tax?
If you spread that over the hotel rooms, it's pretty small over and above the TOT. But at least what I've read, it seems to imply that costs should be a lot higher for a short-term rental. In the range of 100% higher than what you would charge a TOT for a hotel room night. So anyways, just asking.
Yeah, I
whether
just
you
want to
thought about
clarify.
that.
So in order to legally operate the STR, the operator will be paying TOT taxes. Well, actually, the guests will be paying TOT taxes. The STR short-term rental fee, permit fee is also charged. It's quite substantial. So about a year ago, the council increased that fee significantly based on the demands of the program. And the business license is also charged to the STR operators, similar to all other businesses. So we do consider them as business.
Understand. Have you considered limiting Pacifica's rentals to one or more platforms that are willing to enforce Pacifica's restrictions, such as the cap, remove STRs that are behind on TOT payments, or lack a valid STR permit? A lot of the enforcement can be done through places like Airbnb. They have the software for that. They've offered that to other locations. It would certainly reduce the city's cost if you communicated with them and had some contract with a limited number of them that would also do a big chunk of your enforcement of this ordinance.
I don't know that there was any discussion about limiting the number of platforms or the type of platforms that an STR host could use or operator could use to advertise their short-term rental. But regulating platforms has been discussed by the council, and there is some difficulty in regulating platforms, advertising platforms, because we can put whatever we want into our ordinance. It's just that they may not adhere to whatever we put in the ordinance to regulate them. And so trying to get them to adhere to the regulations would likely be challenged by, because they're not concerned about the regulation, or they don't believe that they are subject to the regulation. So those are some considerations, certainly, that council considered.
Well, a number of other cities have done it to the point where it's a regular software feature of these platforms. So I think other people have been successful using this approach.
We have been working very directly with two platforms. And so the city tries to get cooperation from two major platforms by having a cooperative relationship, and so is trying to achieve compliance with those platforms that way. There are also regulations in the proposed ordinance that I think are more direct to the operator, so that we can address the behavior of the operator who is within the city's jurisdiction and who can be directly required to comply with our ordinance, and is a much more easy way to address a violation.
Well, it's a much more cost-effective way to have the platform do a chunk of your work for you.
Well, except though you have to chase the platform if they're not cooperative, whereas
Yes.
if the operator is residing within Pacifica and is within our jurisdiction, we can achieve compliance, I think, in a much more direct manner.
Okay. Another thing I've seen is caps don't have to be fixed. You can consider floating caps. If you're targeting a certain amount of TOT contribution to the city budget by STRs, you can observe how many hosts apply initially, and if the expected contribution either is below what you would desire, you could increase the number of hosts, raise the caps on the days per year, or make other adjustments to this. I mean, at least what I've seen so far, it seems like you're only considering fixed caps, and there's no requirement that the caps have to be fixed. You can have some flexibility in them, unless I misread it.
Commissioner Godwin, the council did not address changes to the cap within this particular work. So the cap had been established in 2023, and then this work was to shore up the operational and enforcement and those types of requirements. They did not revisit the cap.
Oh, you might think about it. Another question I had is there was discussion about the value of the short-term rentals to the city. And one point I wanted to make is travel accommodation costs is not a key budget item for the median California family, nor is it rising at any great rate. On the other hand, the cost of housing is. Only about 16% of the state's population can afford the median house. Any reduction in housing availability because of conversion of a house to especially an unhosted STR seems to be undesirable, given we have RENA requirements and other things for increasing the amount of houses. The other observation I have is that unhosted STR benefits seem to accrue to entrepreneurs who can afford multiple houses, willing to take a risk, and they're a pretty high wealth group. Is there any effort to target any of the benefits of short-term rentals to lower or middle income Pacificans? Given all this seems to be accumulating to a small, high-income group?
Commissioner Godwin, I don't know specifically if some of these regulations were directed by the council to address the concern you raise. They certainly had discussed a desire to protect communities, protect neighborhoods, but also to support homeowners who do use their house as a short-term rental, as maybe supplemental income. So I think they had all of those things in mind when they gave us direction on the policies that they wanted to see in this proposed draft ordinance.
Now, I guess my comment is you value what you fund, and I don't see much funding of middle-class and lower-class Pacificans out of this ordinance.
I want to make sure that we're asking questions and we're not giving opinions or deliberating yet. Let's
Sure.
ask clarifying questions and we can preserve others for post-community comment.
Next question. Why did you set such low penalties for violations? They seem very modest. I mean, having someone having their ability to offer STRs for a year after a couple of violations seems quite, inadequate.
Yeah, the city is a general law city, and so it's restrained by what it can charge for a fine through the government code. So the city identifies a violation for a misdemeanor, which is the maximum that can be charged, is $1,000. We also added the fines that are identified in Government Code Section 36900D, which is new. It's a recent change to the statute by the state, which does allow higher fines for infractions that are a threat to public health or safety. So $1,500 for the first offense, $3,000 for the second violation within the same year, and $5,000 for each subsequent violation of the same provision within 1 year. So we have identified the maximum.
Okay, that completes my questions.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Godwin. Commissioner Devine.
I had some questions, and I think the first meeting that was Planning Commission in 2023 sort of predated my time here. So just a couple clarifying questions. Who is currently, what department or team is currently issuing licenses for short-term rentals?
Well, you mean permit, right? STR
Sure,
permit.
permits.
Yeah. So it's actually a team effort. So we contract with the third-party agency called the HDL to do compliance and provide the administration of the permit fee. But before they issue the permit, they route it to the cities. So several people have to review the application. So Community Development Department specifically reviews the application to make sure it is in compliance with current regulations and gives them green light to issue a permit. So it's kind of closing the loop. So we have a workflow involved in this.
So incoming requests go to the planning department. The planning department reviews them.
No, the incoming request goes through the city portal. It's on the website, but the HDL takes the application, the initial application.
Right, and then
And they also do discovery for the existing operating STRs that are operating illegally. So, and they bring them to compliance.
okay, so it's kind of a convoluted process right now. It's not super clear cut.
No, it's actually pretty defined process, and it's spelled out on the website. And we've done a lot of improvements to the process over the last year, including some educational materials that we published and working with the Airbnb platform to make sure that we have compliant host web page on the Airbnb platform that links directly to the city website with the HDL regulations and frequently asked questions that they put together.
Okay. So the management of compliance, though, is with a third-party vendor?
Correct.
Okay.
With the city's approval.
Who's monitoring permit holders that are not renewed or revoked?
The city would make this determination. And
Aside from the
communicate-
determination, who monitors that they are not going back onto hosting websites and hosting their properties?
So the third-party vendor provides compliance services for us as long as discovery. So if the permit was revoked, they do the monitoring to make sure they have the software that scans multiple platforms, so they can confirm that the ads are up or down.
Going forward, do you anticipate that this third-party vendor will continue these services, or will these services be brought in-house?
So depending on when the ordinance goes into effect, there will be some additional services that the city will have to evaluate and estimate, and how the services in the new ordinance would have to be provided. So the current vendor may or may not be able to fulfill all these requirements. So we are still in the process of negotiating the new terms of agreement, and you saw it on the slide. For the fiscal impact, so administrative costs will probably likely to increase, but whether it's the same vendor or somebody else, it's to be determined.
Okay. So clearly, I mean, an ordinance hasn't been passed and nothing's been decided on, but considering that the community development department, or I apologize, community planning is in support of this, has there been a strategic staffing plan made in anticipation of this actually passing?
So again, so once the ordinance is in effect, there will be specific regulations that will have to take effect in a different time, right? So based on the implementation of the ordinance. And the city is currently preparing for the new budget process. So depending on what the final resolution is for the cost and administration of the ordinance, we will have to factor it in the budget development process.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing,
I have a couple more, sorry. Dovetailing off Commissioner Devine, I was always curious, how does the third party determine the actual address of the unlicensed short-term rental if no address or exact location is given from like Airbnb, VRBO? You don't get an address until you've completed a booking. How do they actually enforce compliance and find, how do you cross-reference your existing list with listings online? The last time we went through this, we had a certain number of permits in town, and it was a quick search could find 20, 30, 40 non-compliant users. And the reason I ask is $1,000 maximum penalty when you've got a unit that rents for $1,200 a night and you're only going to get caught some percentage of the time could easily be considered cost of doing business.
Well, I can't speak for the vendor how they provide the services they provide, but they're pretty accurate. I mean, they've been sending us specific listings. When we provide information, they would send the list to confirm that this the discovery process and the whole team is working on specifically addressing all those issues on different platforms. And they, in the past, they've been giving us pretty specific information on average days of rental that they've seen and what what platforms they've seen it on.
I'm talking about units that do not have a permit that are operating with, outside of the system. They've been accurate at identifying all of those?
Correct. I'm talking about unpermitted STRs.
Okay.
It's part of the scope to identify
Sure, I was just
unpermitted,
curious how that was possible.
illegally operated STRs, yeah.
Okay. Could somebody define, there's a definition in there, but who is the administrator? Because it's listed all through the document, and that person seems to have an unbelievable amount of power and discretion, but I'm not really
Yeah, I
sure.
believe it's assistant city manager, so that would be me currently. Or,
You're the administrator.
whoever is, yeah,
Got it.
holding this
Okay.
title.
This may be a technical question that you may not know the answer to also. There's a lot of talk of noise monitors. Is that in any way a recording device?
Commissioner Ferguson, they do not record like conversations or there's
You
no.
don't store and record any audio?
Correct. There's no audio. It's just the noise level.
Okay. And they have some way to tell if that's conversation versus if somebody has an STR next to the fire department and it triggers 6 times a week? It's just a decibel reading. I live right next to the freeway. I'm sure that that's louder than most conversations I have. There's this technology has some way to discern what the noise is?
I do not have an answer to that question.
Okay. One just kind of clarification that might be better for later. The permit, I see it kind of both ways between hosted and unhosted. We went through a lot of work on the last time we did this about what one permit covers, and does it cover one address or one unit or one bedroom? Could you just describe what one, like, if you issue one
Yeah.
permit, what is allowed to be
So
rented under that
one
permit?
STR permit covers one unit. So if you have a multi-unit building currently in the current ordinance, so let's say you have a duplex, that operator, and let's say that both units operated as STRs, they would require one business license, but 2 short-term rentals, permits. So the permit is issued to specific unit.
And then, to drill down one step further, like the original purpose of Airbnb, which was, I think, what Commissioner Wright was talking about, where you rent out one bedroom to augment your costs. If someone is renting, I know people that do this, they live in a house that has 4 bedrooms and they rent out 2 bedrooms individually as an individual rental. They advertise them as such, just a bedroom. Is that covered?
They
under
would
the one-
require a permit in this case, yeah.
For each bedroom?
No, not
Just
for each
one for the
bedroom,
unit.
right,
Got it.
one permit.
Okay, understood. Thank you. Are you-
All right. I have a feeling we'll have more questions, but for the time being, let's go to public comment. So if we could put thank you. You anticipated me. So just a reminder for folks joining by phone to dial in, you press, I may have been giving the wrong directions. Is it *5 to raise your hand now instead of *6?
It appears that it's *5 to raise.
Okay, so we're changing it to *5 to raise your hand, or you can do the raised hand function in Zoom. I have a bunch of yellow cards here. I will call 3 names so that we can kind of get through this efficiently. And by way of reminder, each person will have 2 minutes to speak. You'll hear a little chime at the 1-minute mark, and then multiple chimes when your time is over. So starting from the top here, we have Catherine Benton, followed by Albert Zhang, and then Jeff Jones.
Hi, thanks for coming tonight. Listen, I don't have a short-term rental, excuse me, lost my voice, but I do love Pacifica, and I am a concerned taxpayer. From what I heard tonight, it sounds like we're losing about $1.5 million in revenue, and it doesn't take a rocket scientist to walk out the front door here and see that we're circling the drain. That pier, 2 years, hasn't been fixed. Beach Boulevard, it's a landmine of potholes. It's basically a sandbox. I'm scared to walk on the streets. I mean, on the sidewalk. So, you know, fiscally responsibility, that's part of the council's job, right? So if we're cutting $1.5 million from our revenue and we don't have a cash cow to fill that up, my question would be, since this has been on the table for 2 years and you've got to be strategic, what's replacing that? Isn't that your job, to be fiscally responsible? How's that money going to be made up? And it can't be from some hotel occupancy tax, because that's just going to reduce the number of people that come to Pacifica, and it's going to reduce the foot traffic to our small businesses. So if there's not a plan currently in place to immediately replace that, what's going to be cut, right? Half Moon Bay had to cut their fire and police and source it out. Is that going to happen to us? Because the police department should probably know, as I just saw a recent advertisement for hiring new officers. The other thing is, I walk these streets every day. I know these small businesses. I love these small businesses. How are we going to replace the foot traffic and keep these small businesses going? So these are my questions, and that's what I'm asking you, to be fiscally responsible and to give me those answers. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment. Okay, Albert Zhang, followed by Jeff Jones, and then Alex, I think this says Varda Costas, but feel free to correct me.
Dear Pacifica City Planning Commissioners, my name is Albert Zhang. My husband and I live in Pacifica and sometimes use our home as an unhosted Airbnb. I believe the proposed ordinance is overly restrictive, harmful to the city, and illogical. As responsible operators, we value our community and neighbors. Most of our guests are families visiting the beach and all their loved ones in Pacifica, and we would never receive a single complaint. However, the 90-day cap and the primary residence require would effectively shut down operations for most unhosted STR operators. The city already limited STR permit to 150. A majority of operators comply responsibly, contributing over $2 million in TOT and fees annually. To put that into perspective, each household in Pacifica contributes an average of $227 in sales tax per year, which, while a 5-day STR booking at $300 per night generates the same in TOT alone. Some argue that long-term rental generates as much revenue for the city as STRs, but the numbers don't lie. This argument simply doesn't hold up. If implemented, an ordinance will hurt the city financially in multiple ways. Most of the $2 million in tax revenue will vanish. Property value will decline further, reducing property tax revenue. Local business will lose tourist dollars. The enforcement costs will increase by $100K annually, meaning the city will not just lose revenue while spending more. Additionally, requiring outdoor signs with QR codes showing personal contact information is not only invasive, but poses serious privacy and safety risks. The ordinance is neither rational nor sustainable. STR operators like us welcome fair regulations that address genuine problems without penalizing responsible operators. I urge you to reconsider whether this ordinance truly serves the city's best interest. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeff Jones, followed by Alex Varda Costas, and then Anna Tong.
Good evening. My name is Jeff Jones, and I live on Pedro Point, and I have for the last 37 years. And I'd like to urge you to recommend the 60-day limit replace the 90-day that the ordinance currently has. At the center of this issue is housing. And really, the Planning Commission has to make a choice here. Do you want to incentivize people to put their houses on the market as rentals, short-term rentals, or would you rather have people living in those houses who would contribute to the economy of Pacifica on a year-round basis? Most of the people who stay in Airbnbs do not spend their time in Pacifica. They spend their time in San Francisco, and that's where they spend their money. Very little of it is spent here. People who are living here 24 hours a day and 365 days of the year, they spend money on everything, not just restaurants, but supermarkets, gas stations, banks, hardware stores, etc. So I just want to talk about what's profitable here. For me, it seems that the 90-day limit will increase the operator's profits and will financially incentivize the proliferation of additional unhoused STRs. And we're in the middle of a housing crisis in this city, and I know you're going to have to plan to build, I don't know, how many 800 units or so in the next 10 years in this city. And this STR really takes housing off the market rather than putting it on. So I think the 90-day limit will significantly increase nuisance factors.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your comment. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. Alex Verticostas, followed by Anna Tong, and then Wayne Tai.
Thank you so much. Quick comment on rentals in Pacifica. Some good news is that, at least per my data, rental prices in Pacifica have actually fallen in inflation-adjusted dollars, roughly grown by 7%, while inflation's been about 15%. So just a quick comment on price of housing here. In general, we're talking about is 150 homes. We've capped it. And so with those 150 homes, we generate a pretty significant chunk of Pacifica's budget. I don't need to reemphasize that. But I do want to point out a couple things. One is that the detriment or the budget deficit that has been discussed in this conversation, as mentioned in the City Council meeting in August, that was calculated assuming that hosts will continue to host at the 60 or 90-day rate. At that point, hosts can't pay for their mortgages. They can't cover their costs, and so it's not directly one-to-one. But for the vast majority of hosts, any kind of day limit was essentially equivalent to an all-out ban. So the $1.3 million deficit that we started off with is actually going to be a lot bigger than that number. The other thing that the city manager told the city council in August in no uncertain terms is, if you cut this, I'm going to come back with a list of city services that you're going to need to cut in response. So here's the thing. We have this amazing thing that generates a pretty significant amount of cash for all Pacificans with only 150 homes. And moreover, unlike the other things that we sometimes do to generate income for the city, like bars and dispensaries, and sometimes business-inhibiting taxes, the externalities to this are things like allowing families to visit the beach, unforgettable memories, and I want to read off some quotes from people who have stayed at Pacifica STRs. Grace said, "Hello, summer's around the corner, and we're so excited to get the kids out of Fresno and visit my brother in Pacifica. It'll be the first time my kids get to meet their baby cousin. We love the space because it accommodates the 3 kids."
Thank you.
So, thank you.
Thanks for your comment. Okay, Anna Tong, followed by Wayne Tai, and then Elda Kong.
Hi, my name is Anna, and I'm an STR operator, and I just want to say thank you so much for hearing us out. I'd love to talk to you today about maintaining coastal access. So short-term rentals are important because it's the only way many families can visit the coast. So for reference, a 3-bedroom Airbnb costs about the same per day as a hotel room, but it can accommodate a multi-generational family who would otherwise not be able to visit our town. Many of our guests are from inland California cities who come to escape the heat. I wanted to share a few quotes from our guests with you. "Hello, visiting because it's my daughter's 6th birthday. We live in Central California and want to escape our 115-degree heat wave." We wanted to have another guest. "We wanted to have a weekend away since my wife and I are always working. We like how it's close to the beach and it's affordable." So I would just like to ask, let's not restrict access to the coast, and I would like to ask you to consider maintaining affordable vacation rentals for families. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Wayne Tai, followed by Elda King, and then Lila Renero.
Good evening. My name is Wayne. I'm a former Pacifica resident. I'm a co-host for one short-term rental My wife held it behind me. I'm speaking today because I strongly believe that the new STR ordinance is misguided and will negatively impact Pacifica. It unfairly targets responsible hosts like myself and caters to a small but vocal minority rather than representing the best interest of our community as a whole. Over the past few study sessions, my fellow hosts and I have shared our stories, presented facts, and offered sensible solutions to address the issues that have been raised. Unfortunately, our recommendations have fallen on deaf ears, only to be told by city council members that they wish they would have spoken to us sooner and that it's too late and that we've just gone too far. How is that even an acceptable reason? As a part of the 97% of STR hosts who are dedicated to being responsible and contributing members of Pacifica's economy, I'm here to say that it's not too late. Please don't vote yes on these ordinances. They unfairly punish the vast majority of responsible hosts and will strip Pacifica of much needed annually recurring revenue and growing revenue. I urge you to instead give the new team of Pacifica City Council members a chance to review and discuss the data objectively, or better yet, how about we let the people of Pacifica decide through a ballot initiative. Just recently, Data Point, a city just very similar to Pacifica that relies on tourism, voted against strict STR ordinances proposals similar to the one we are discussing today. I hope you'll take this into consideration and make an informed decision based on data and facts that benefits all of Pacifica. Thank you.
Thank you. Elda King, followed by Lila Renero, and then Arlene Zhao.
Good evening. My name is Elda, and I'm a former resident of Pacifica. I lived in Pacifica for 4 years before moving and currently operate one property as an unhosted STR. My husband and I take great pride in being responsible and dedicated hosts. We are reachable by phone within 10 minutes and can be on site within 30 to 60 minutes, depending on bridge traffic. Over the past 2 years during which we've operated, we've had 0 complaints. We take proactive measures to ensure our STR operates smoothly. Every reservation is carefully screened. Security cameras are outside. Noise detectors are in place. We can talk about that afterwards. And we provided our neighbors with direct contact information in case of any concerns. According to the city's report, 4 properties generated the majority of the complaints. And this is the ordinance that is in response to it. This means that of 150 STR operators, 146 of us are compliant, operating responsibly. Importantly, the majority of these compliant operators are good actors and are unhosted STRs. I propose we redefine what it means to be hosted. Hosted Airbnb operators should meet clear, enforceable standards, such as being reachable by phone within 10 minutes, being available on site within 30 to 60 minutes, and providing contact information to neighbors in the city. While I agree that STR operators' contact information should be accessible to the city and neighbors, requiring personal information to be publicly displayed on the exterior of homes raises significant privacy and safety concerns. Publicizing such information could expose operators to harassment or even defamation, as we've seen on those heated discussions on platforms like Nextdoor. If issues arise with an STR, the city should serve as the intermediary to provide contact details when necessary. The proposed primary residency requirement, however, threatens to dismantle the entire program. According to the city's study sessions, STRs generate around $1.8 million annually in TOT revenue for the city. Is it worth sacrificing this vital funding due to the action of just 4 problematic properties? Rather than creating an overly restrictive ordinance, I urge you to vote no.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, Lila Renero, followed by Arlene, followed by Russell Jones, sorry.
Good evening, Chair Hauser and Planning Commissioners. I hope the new year is off to a good start for you all. I sent my letter for public comment earlier today, and I'm not going to rehash everything here that I wrote earlier. I just want to say that there's clearly so many community members who are suffering from the overproliferation of unhosted full home short-term rentals. The majority of these operators many times do not live in Pacifica or sometimes even in the country. I have no issues with mom and pops who want to open their homes for guests and make a little extra money. Out-of-town operators, in comparison, have no interest in anything other than making money. Guests pay several $100s per night to stay in these STRs and therefore have a sense of entitlement and do not treat the neighborhoods and its inhabitants as they would like their homes. While we are so eager to have an amended STR ordinance, we can't rush through and sign off on this draft resolution. It needs corrections, and we need to make sure we get it done right. Thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you. Arlene Zhao, followed by Russell Jones, followed by Gary Furlong.
Hi, good evening, and thank you for your time and effort on STR. I strongly oppose the new ordinance, including the 90-day cap, because the issue isn't from the ordinance itself. First, the existing ordinance already established a comprehensive regulation for STRs, such as social host liability, permit, license, TOT occupancy limit, parking requirement, and more. If all hosts follow these existing rules, complaints should not arise. This indicates that the issue lies with enforcement rather than the ordinance itself. Secondly, during the study meeting last June, it was noted that in 2023, STR complaints accounted for only 0.2% of the police service calls, with nearly half of these complaints tied to just 4 specific STR locations. This means among 150 STR licenses, only 2.7 of operators violated the rules, while 97.3 adhered diligently. Most of these responsible operators are unhosted STR operators who will be disproportionately affected by the 90-day cap. It would be fair to target the 3% bad actors rather than penalize the 97 compliant respectful operators. I suggest to uprising stronger enforcement of existing regulations and grandfathering all the compliant licenses. This approach will avoid unfairly penalize the majority of the responsible STR operators and safeguard the significant revenue generated by this industry for the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Russell Jones, followed by Gary Furlong, and then Patrick Beatty.
Such an amazing representation of middle-class operators here tonight. Thank you to everyone who spoke. We are not here to dispute that there have been instances of bad behavior on the part of ST operators or guests. Instead, we represent a large group of responsible hosts who are being harmed as collateral damage in a hastily drafted ordinance that did not take our concerns or needs into consideration. We have certainly seen a concerted attempt at making it sound as if Pacifica has an epidemic of bad behavior, which we do not, of course. The council members in drafting this ordinance said things like, "We are not concerned about the loss of revenue to the city." They said the ordinance was drafted to drive unhosted operators out of business. One council member even said, "I've been working on getting rid of STRs since before I was elected to city council." If these statements are true, then how can we go forward with confidence that the city council members who voted were impartial and made decisions based purely on what is best for all of Pacifica? There is so much evidence that this ordinance was not drafted in the best interest of our total citizenry, but instead based on the criteria of a small group who are merely organized and very vocal. We ask that you vote no. We ask that you send this back to the council so that they can listen to everybody's concerns and draft an ordinance that is fair and good for Pacifica and all of its residents. There are problems with the program, the STR program as is. We acknowledge this and we want to help make it better. But this ordinance does not solve these problems. It exacerbates and makes worse for the city, its taxpayers, and its small businesses. Please vote no. In closing, I'd like to also read a quick quote from one of my guests. "Great hiking trails. Pacific Ocean is only a block away and local businesses to enjoy. We were lucky enough to enjoy Fog Fest that has been taking place in the community for 30 years. We will be back for sure."
Thank you for your comment. Okay, Gary, followed by Patrick, and then Bob O'Donnell.
My name is Gary Furlong, and I actually live in this community, not just have a business here. One letter that was sent to you about this issue said, in a quote, "The irresponsible actions of the City Council in drafting this harmful ordinance. I, on the other hand, applaud the City Council for drafting an ordinance that puts Pacifica back on track to not only do what most of the cities around us have already done, and most of the big cities in the United States have either done or in the process of doing, but also puts us in line with what seems to be the current reasoning of the California Coastal Commission. Referring to the same letter writer as I referenced earlier, reference was made to the quote of this hastily crafted ordinance. I think we all know this ordinance was not crafted hastily. I myself and many others spent hours and hours in this very room, night after night, sometime going until 1 a.m., so this ordinance was not hastily crafted. Our city council is on the right track. As an example of this, they've written the ordinance to make primary residency an STR requirement. This puts our ordinance in the company of such cities as Denver, Los Angeles, San Francisco, Miami, Portland, Oregon, and even Little Half Moon Bay, as well as most of the cities around us. I have heard multiple people refer to the financial issues of Half Moon Bay and say that these were caused by their STR ordinance. That is not true. And they have said it is specifically not, it has nothing to do with their STR ordinance. So that's fallacious. I'm also tired of hearing everyone comment about the TOT and the possible loss of some of that in talking about the city finances. What about the families that would be living here in those houses, the money they would be spending in the city? They wouldn't just be going to the coffee shops. They wouldn't just be buying T-shirts. They would do those things. They would also be going to our grocery store. They'd be going to the vets, the dentist, all the places that families go to. They would also be putting possibly children in our school system. Thank you.
Okay, Patrick Beatty, followed by Bob O'Donnell, and then Cindy Abbott.
Hi, I'm Patrick. I live in Pacifica. I sent you one of the letters. I think there have already been a lot of great comments here. My background is finance and real estate and mortgages, et cetera, in business. So I'd have to say that, like, in my background, I think a lot of these arguments are very disingenuous from the economic standpoint. I do think also these arguments for saying that somehow they're serving our local businesses is out of touch with reality. Actually having people who live here and actually use services like dentists, et cetera, who live here all year round and provide the other economic benefit, the little that is provided by some of these guests, would actually keep some of the basic services we need as citizens of this community here and make it more affordable for people. I think the problem with the unhosted SDR, you can read all the comments on the changes I recommend. Great questions by this group here in terms of, I think there's some things I'm a little concerned about that were in the proposal that were maybe not thought through as what they should be. But I won't dwell on that. But I would say that there's no skin in the game for those unhosted SDRs. So I think the original idea of the Airbnb made sense. Want to make some money on the side, have a little rent a room here and there. But these are not that. And they're actively hollowing out our communities and our neighborhoods. And I live next to one that has sometimes 30 people there. And there's nothing that happens from the person, even if I call. I'm the one having to do their job in enforcement. So yeah, I have to say, like, and I think also the hiking trails comment is funny because anybody can come to Pacifica and park out right near where I live on Carmel and walk all day and do hiking. So I think these are very disingenuous arguments, and I'm a little disappointed by some of the people proposing those, that we keep it. So I recommend the change that I sent my comment letter, and I appreciate your working on this amendment to finally get this done, because it's been too long.
Thank you. Bob O'Donnell, followed by Cindy Abbott, and then Kathy Abell.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Bob O'Donnell, 51-year resident of Pacifica, and I live 3 doors away from an STR that has caused continuing problems in our neighborhood. I'm grateful to the Commission and to the Council for having come up with this new ordinance. It goes a long way. We know from 2018 until now, there have been continuing issues, and we've heard this over and over again. Noise, parking, litter, intoxication, real quality of life issues, because these properties have been imposed on us in our neighborhoods without our permission or desire, but they're just there now and they're creating problems. And we need to do something about it. The ordinance goes a long way to it, but there's some things I'd like to ask you to consider to improve it. The 90-day limit, actually a 2-day limit per visit, that's 45 times a year, so basically all year long, other than about 6 or 7 weeks a year, we can expect these properties to still be occupied. And we think that a 60-day limit would be better, certainly better for the neighborhoods. And it also feels like this is being slow walked, because as you read the ordinance, it would not go into effect for non-coastal areas until October of this year. We've been dealing with these issues since 2018. And beyond that, for the coastal commission areas, it would not go into effect for another year, October 2026. That's a year and a half from now. And we keep telling you, both the council and the commissioners, we've been dealing with these issues and we really are asking for relief. And so we ask you to find a way to implement a quicker timeline on that. The third issue is inspections. And in my reading of the ordinance as it stands now, unhosted properties would be subject to an inspection, but hosted properties would not. But I want to remind you that all of these properties are commercial properties for profit, and they need to be, all of them, going through a proper inspection process. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Cindy, followed by Kathy, and then Brian Monero.
Good evening. Yes, it has been 2 years since you last deliberated on this, and approaching 3 years since we all started coming out talking about the loss of our neighbors, our housing, and the significant disruption day or night. While it's been a long road, please do take the time, though, to make sure this is right, because we're not going to come back for a while to this. We all know that. So we need to put everything in place now that's important. Of the public comment letters that were received that 17 were in support of the stronger regulations. And that ties into the list of many public comments that have been made just and from June on and everything at city council meetings. And they tie into regulations that are in harmony with other cities in the state of California and throughout the year. Nothing that's being asked about are not things that other cities have put in place and that have helped support us bringing back our residences in our community. I too sent in comments, but a few things that I want to call out. We've added in the definition of an operator versus owner and a definition of a person. An operator must be a natural person who is a primary resident. It is not a corporation. It is not an escrow account or a family trust. We need to also look at this thing that was added in, that folks could live in their ADU and have an unhosted unit in front. That completely defies what you all spoke about 2 years ago, that ADUs are here to add and increase affordable housing options in our city. We must have platform accountability. It's not strong enough. You can do something about that. And there's this goofy thing in there still about the unlimited number of children under 12. Let's look at that too, along with the other things that we've shared in our letters. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Cindy.
Somebody left their phone up here? Okay.
All right, Kathy Abell, followed by Brian Monero, and then Mark Stegbart.
Hi. First of all, thank you to all the members of the Planning Commission here today. I'm going to speak about the relationship between STRs and small business in Pacifica. The City of Pacifica, in their newsletters, is proud and regularly emphasizes their support of small business, particularly along the Palmetto Corridor. For the 20 years, I've patronized many, if not all, of the small businesses along Palmetto and in our newly minted downtown Pacifica zone. More importantly, as a responsible, licensed STR owner in District 2, I recommend many of these small businesses near our coast to all of our STR guests. I provide them with the new Downtown Pacifica map. Our STR helps drive customers to these local small businesses, from Raymond's Chinese, Sharp Park Market, Taqueria Pacifica, Table Wine, all the way down to Royal Bee, Lit, Flores, and Cotton Crustacean. We know our guests from Europe, East Coast, Texas, Chicago, and California patronize these businesses because they rave about them. And they let the store owners know that they are from different places in the world, and they even mention these places in their reviews. As a small business STR owner and resident myself, this ordinance will affect my bottom line and my planned retirement significantly, in the order of thousands of dollars. But the cost of this ordinance also will lower the sales tax revenue from all small businesses, including the restaurants, cafes, and retail establishments who rely heavily on the hospitality sector, and also will hurt their overall sales and success at even staying in business. Responsible STR hosts generate revenue and support for small business through tourists who spend time and money in Pacifica. Please focus on the positive implications of saying no to this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Brian Renero, Mark Steckbart, and then Caitlin Quinn is the last card I have.
Thank you very much, Commissioners. I appreciate your attention and focus on this issue. I am in favor of very strong STR regulations. I've been working on this for over 2 years, 3 years. I'm glad that we made this progress, and I would just echo what my wife Lila had said is, let's make sure we get this right. I think we should characterize the problem of SCRs. While there is a problem with quality of life issues that is very real and disruptive to neighborhoods, for myself, there's another aspect, two aspects of this problem which are particularly pernicious. One is, of course, that these SDRs operate outside of code enforcement. They operate outside of normal, safe procedures for hotel and accommodations, professional accommodations. And we see operators flout the law and code regularly. Many of the compliant STRs in the 150 that we're talking about right now, there's many more that aren't being regulated, have dwelling spaces that have not been permitted, and I can help you identify those as well. But aside from the safety issue that STRs present, there's also a systemic problem with STRs because they gut out our communities. They don't contribute to our overall economy. There's a study in San Francisco that shows that they produce a net economic loss. And the TOT can be run in a hotel. It can be generated by hotels which do adhere to zoning and ADA compliance and safety standards and inspections. So what we need is an ordinance that has enforcement, that keeps the public safe, that protects the structure of our neighborhoods, and keeps the public who are coming to visit Pacifica safe as well. And I thank you for this attention. Bye.
Thank you, Brian. Mark, and then Caitlin.
Thank you. I'm in favor of a much more stricter ordinance. I have a document in the file for tonight's meeting. You've got a new city council. I think the 2025 council will have a much more sharper focus on this. And the 2024 council, I think, made some serious errors. The 60 days is preferable. 90 was pulled out of absolute thin air for no apparent reason. And to this day, I don't understand why. There's a couple key items I think you have to evaluate and tighten, because you could be the adults in the room and send it back to council, as is your purview. We need much tighter hearings on complaints. I've filed several fairly substantial weddings, 50 people, 25 cars, amplified music you could hear for 500 yards, nothing from city staff. All the documents, applications, permits should be on the city website. The map should be on the city website. This is not complicated stuff. Nobody in this town is going to spend all their time doing public records requests when staff could proactively do this. You need an advisory committee to supervise this stuff because staff will not do it. Full cost recovery is a planning doctrine for the past 30 years. So if this costs too much money to the city, jack up the fees in the TOT. Lots of ways of doing it. But I'd really want to talk about parking. Drives everybody in this town crazy, and as you know, the easiest way to get in a fist fight is to park a car in front of somebody else's house because they think they own the spot, and that's the doctrine. That's the iron rule of neighborhoods. So 25 cars in my neighborhood. It was a mess. I don't think they should be allowed to park on the street. It should be dedicated parking in the garage and the driveway. Now, city attorney differs. Well, guess what? There's a solution. Los Gatos has a different approach. They have an ordinance on their short-term rentals that you have to get guest passes for the house to park on the street. Bingo, a solution. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. All right, Caitlin.
Hi, good evening, planning commissioners.
I think it's pretty clear, you're hearing from all of these people here who are talking about the problems that unhosted STRs are causing in their neighborhoods. We all don't live around the same 4 STRs. So the idea that there's only 4 problematic STRs in our city is a myth, pure and simple. I want to thank you for reviewing Pacifica's new STR ordinance and hearing from us all tonight. I'm truly grateful to City Council for giving direction on this document. This ordinance that's been drafted is a very good start, but it does have some flaws, and I'm not going to go into all of them. But number one, please recommend that the proposed limit on the nights of operation on unhosted STRs be reduced from 90 nights to 60. This is in line with what Half Moon Bay has in place, and it's also what the Coastal Commission is expecting us to propose. There is so much pain in our neighborhoods. The city staff, when they say non-compliant STR, they are really only speaking in terms of whether an operator is paying their TOT. They're not looking at this from how much nuisance activity an STR is causing in a neighborhood. And I know this for a fact because I am the poster child for a neighbor who has suffered living next door to an unhosted STR owned and run by a corporation. I have a 10-page single-space document outlining for 2.5 years the number of times that my family and I have been woken up, many times between the hours of midnight and 5 a.m. The police have been called at least 20 times for all kinds of issues, noises, parties, trespassing, guests throwing garbage onto our property, filling up our trash bins with their trash. It is absolutely hell. And the worst part is knowing that the value of our property has tanked because of this STR next to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Caitlin. Okay. Do we have raised hands on Zoom?
We do. EU Rocha, you may unmute yourself.
Hi. So my name is David Kim, and I have been a Pacifica resident for 10 years. I travel extensively due to my work. I have always wanted to become a homeowner, but with my salary, I was not able to afford to buy a home until I started doing a short-term rental business. So when I'm traveling, my home is being used as a short-term rental. With the current ordinance, I'm not going to operate my home as a short-term rental, and I'm going to lose my house that I always dreamed of. There are many current and former Pacifica residents who are in the similar situation. However, when we came to a past city council meeting, the atmosphere was rather unfriendly and we were uncomfortable speaking. While we understand there are many neighbors who have retired, not needing to earn money anymore, I want to mention that there are Pacifica residents who are still working class trying to meet our ends. Please reconsider the ordinance. Please honor the short-term rental hosts who have been doing this for many years, and this is their business. Their families depend on it. 90 days for unhosted rental per year is extremely tight. Would you be okay if your shop or daycare can open for 90 days only? There are many home-based businesses in Pacifica. Short-term rental is one of them. It is not easy to survive and settle in Bay Area as a young family. Please consider the balance and be fair to the current host. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Leo and Chris, you may unmute yourself.
Good evening. This is Leo Leon speaking. Pacifica, I've been here 40 years now, and one thing that's wonderful about Pacifica, I think we can all agree on, that it is a community, a city of neighbors, neighbors binding together in their community and forming a larger community, which is our entire city. Unfortunately for us on Olympian Way, we live on a street that on paper is supposed to be 40 feet wide, but in reality, it's as narrow as 7 or 8 feet in some places. And this gets to one of the big issues for us is parking, access, fire safety, public safety, and the need for inspections that not only allow for the standard fire and public safety inspections of the house by the building inspector, but also look at the reality of access and street parking. You know, and this is probably true for a lot of places in Pacifica. We need to have a parking plan. We need to have a traffic plan, if not a study, for areas that are really have streets that are less than what they are stated to be. So I'm going to move on to fees. I really feel that since these are businesses that are operating, that all fees, all staff time, all costs related to permit applications and operations, you know, need to be borne by the people that are benefiting by the application, you know, which is the applicant. So, you know, we can't lose sight of that. We can't be subsidizing these businesses for costs that they're incurring by their business. So I want to get that out there. Also, on the 60 days,
Thank
I really
you.
think.
Thank you for your comment.
Okay.
We have no more raised hands on Zoom.
Okay. So with that, I will close the public comment period. Anyone need a break? Yeah? Okay. We're going to take a 5-minute recess. It's 8:27. We'll be back at 8:32. We'll wait for our planning. All right. Well, thank you everyone for your comments and your time. Before we move back to commission questions and deliberation, I did want to get a little bit of clarification from staff because there were several comments that kind of addressed this. So our job here tonight is to make a recommendation to council, but we're not making any decision here because we are a recommending body, right? Did I understand that correctly?
That is correct.
Fabulous. Okay. So for folks who have said, like, let's send this back to council, this will go back to council as part of the process. Whether we tear it apart or love it or whatever it is, it's going to council. So there will be another opportunity for public comment. They are the decision makers on any ordinance in the city.
And Chair Hauser, if I may, I just want to add that normally when an ordinance is drafted by staff and brought to the Planning Commission as zoning ordinance for first review, the Planning Commission doesn't really know what council's position is or their desires are. In this case, a zoning ordinance has been prepared and council has given significant policy direction on what it wants in the ordinance. So in this case, the council has already chimed in on what they want included in the ordinance. The Planning Commission can review the ordinance and make a determination as a body on the recommendation. If there are areas of the ordinance that the Planning Commission wants to provide comments to the council about, so for example, the council has determined that they are given policy direction on the 90-day limitation. If a majority of the planning commissioners feel that the council should consider 60 days, certainly the planning commission can, a majority of the planning commissioners can provide direction to staff. We are going to recommend this ordinance, but we would like you to advise the council that we would like them to reconsider that, that provision and explain why. And staff would be happy to present that to the council when we present the ordinance.
And I think it's an important nuance to clarify that we as the Planning Commission had 0 study sessions, but the council had 4, and so this came out of those study sessions. So we are being tasked with being respectful of what they're giving us. Okay, the last clarifying question that kind of falls into this category, and I think I know the answer, but I more want to make sure that the public understands it, is we as planning commissioners are not typically involved with the city's budget and city economics. That is policy that typically falls to the council. And I was wondering if staff could elaborate on that and what our role is in discussing it, because there was a large amount of economic impact that was discussed in the staff report.
That is correct. So adopting the annual budget is in council's preview. And again, back to what City Attorney just mentioned, so if Planning Commission has comments related to economic impact, you can certainly do that and will relate it to the council. But it's not in your purview to act on any budget-related items.
Okay, thank you. So with that, I'm going to turn over to the commission for deliberation. I do have a lot of questions, but I'm going to reserve them and let others kind of start. And I think, you know, we've been rather informal about this kind of stuff in the past, and so I would encourage us to have a conversation, because I think that will really help as a whole to kind of go through the ordinance. So does anyone want to start? Commissioner Redfield.
Be happy to start. I'm very curious, again, as was just spoken of on the economic part of it. This initially came about in 2018, and we all know just those near that was COVID. So I'm very curious on the numbers. The potential loss in revenue is estimated at 1.3 with all variables done to the general fund. How much of that is projection, which most budget is projection, I'll have to admit. But how accurate is that number, do you think, in your professional estimation?
Well, I have to admit it's very hard to estimate the impact of significant policy change that we are proposing right now. So we don't know how the market will react. So the estimates that were included in the staff report were based on the fact that all existing operators will continue operating under these conditions, which we know it's not going to happen. And so the impact to TOT is, well, pretty accurate with the range that was provided to the in the staff report, because we know exactly what the STR is generating in terms of TOT currently. So we've been tracking this information and providing this information to council. So it's about 50-50 split on the TOT. As far as impact of the ordinance, when we go to specific provisions of providing parking spaces per bedroom and all the specific little things, so we don't know how many STR permits will be eliminated just for not meeting those requirements. So that's one unknown factor. And we also don't know how the market will react, how many operators, and you've heard from public comments, will choose to opt out for something else, right? So for long-term rental, or they cannot operate on the STRs. So those factors are kind of to be determined and to be seen.
Also, another kind of variable thing in there, do we have any line item budget items that separate TOTs that are that come from STRs, and do we have a line item that comes from regular hotels? Is there a separation line in the budget?
Yes, we track them separately, and we started reporting those revenues separately to council last fiscal year. So when you see financial reports come into council, you will see exactly what this breakdown is. And again, just without having last quarter's information, I would say it's about 50-50 split.
But there is a way to
And there is a way, and we've been
clearly
tracking
define
it, yes.
those income resources. Another thing, I wanted to thank the public again for the turnout and the comments. I mean, we know the passion that's always here in Pacifica, so thank you. The emails, the personal showing up is great. Excuse me. Going back through the minutes in past meeting reports, I found a very interesting quote, and it's a little out of not direct quote here, but it says, if there is a need that arises later, City Council, can revisit the regulations, unquote. Here we are. That was, I believe, out of 2018 or 2019. So just want to know that nothing ever is perfect. These all require adjustment, and that's where we're at. I also wanted to see if we can get some clarification. There was some comment on the legal definition of a natural person, and that seems to be a very important item. And I think, I believe my fellow commissioners are probably curious on that too, if we can have some clarification to that, because it does, in the amendment, it has some rather obscure language in it. So if we could have a legal clarification on if that is going to be altered in the amendment going forward.
So, Commissioner Redfield, the definitions do include the definition of a person, and a person includes, it means a natural person, corporation, business trust, estate trust, partnership, limited liability company, association, or other entity.
And again, that is a legal definition of a natural person.
No, it's a definition of person. A person can include a natural person, which would be a human being.
Okay.
But the person can include a natural person, corporation, business, trust, et cetera.
We've also had some questions. A big question that comes up is the 60 and the 90 day. That I think we will be happy to discuss that, deliberate on that. So I think we all have an opinion on that, and I'd like to discuss that amongst the commission. Let me see if I had any. Safety inspections. That was another item that came up. It didn't really define in the amendment what that pertains to. Exactly, there were no specifics in that I was able to find on that, rather than just a general inspection. Clearly, that's, safety has come up again in public comment on what we should have, or what the city should have as far as safety inspection. In the basic, it requires, in the permit application, I believe it requires a floor diagram, ingress, egress routes, et cetera. I do believe it also had a fire extinguisher requirement in there, but just some other simple, basic safety regulations to protect people, again, who aren't familiar. It's not their house. It's not their hotels are extremely required to have, your stair access, your emergency lighting for power failure, things of that nature. So I'm curious if we can define
Commissioner
that.
Redfield, I think that is on the 6th page of the ordinance, little c. So I agree with you on the importance of that. If you wouldn't mind letting us know if you have additional, like if there was something that was left out of C.
Is it C or D? So C speaks to the signed safety declaration, but D speaks to the inspection of unhosted short-term rentals?
Yeah, I think that's a really good point, City Attorney Bizzano. I think that's, it's both C and D, because there's both the inspection and also the declaration that the deputy city attorney would be making.
Right, and so for the inspections, it says under little d on page 6 of the ordinance, which is in section 9-4.4904, it says, a health and safety inspection shall include verification of the number of legally permitted bedrooms, the presence and operation of working smoke detectors, carbon monoxide detectors, and fire extinguishers. The city shall also verify that no space has been converted into a bedroom or living space without permits required by the California Building Code, International Property Maintenance Code, and Residential Code as adopted by the city in Title VIII or any other provision of this code. So I think we tried to be specific about what the health and safety inspection shall entail. We also wanted to limit it to these, to relevant issues that would be present for an STR. In other words, we don't want to inspect the entire house, right? We want to look at the the issues that are relevant to an STR in the time that we have to conduct the inspection.
Excellent. That's the question. That answers my question. Let's see. For now, that'll hold me for now. So, thank you.
Can I ask a couple of clarifying questions on something that you had asked at the beginning? Because I was really curious about this. For the TOT, the transient occupancy tax, I believe 100% of that goes directly to the general fund. Is that correct? And then what percent of sales tax and property taxes go towards our general fund or to our
Also
city
general
even?
fund. So both revenues, transient occupancy tax and sales tax, are general revenues.
Okay, so 100% of sales
100% of
tax
both.
in Pacifica goes to Pacifica. It doesn't go to the state or the county.
Oh, well, the city portion goes to the city general fund.
So I spend $10. Let's say I'm charged. I'm not going to do good math here. So let's say I'm charged $1 in sales tax. How much of that dollar at Stuckey's or wherever?
I misunderstood the question. I apologize.
That's okay.
So the 100% of TOT goes to the city general fund. So that's a local tax. And the sales tax, 1% of the sales tax goes to the city directly, and some portion of the sales tax is distributed back to the city from the county as well for the transportation and some other needs. But just to answer your question, it's like 1% of the sales tax goes directly to the general fund.
So 1% of sales. So for every
It's a
dollar of
local
sales
sales
tax,
tax,
we
yeah.
get a penny. For every dollar of TOT, we get $1.
Correct.
Got it. Okay.
Can I ask a related clarification question? Earlier, Commissioner Redfield and Assistant City Attorney were talking about how the city reviews hotel versus STR, and I think the answer was 50-50. Do you mind restating that? I just wasn't following as quickly, and I want to make sure I fully understand.
So all lodging establishments are currently being charged the TOT tax. So by lodging establishment, that would include regular hotels and also short-term rentals. So currently we have, with a cap of 150, which we were not able to reach this cap, right? So we had illegally operating STRs, but they may or may not be paying what they should be paying on TOT. But for legally operating STRs who are registered with TOT, business license, and STR permit, they are contributing to the TOT revenues, and they're charged exactly the same way as hotels.
So the 50-50 is the city's
and
getting...
the city receives about 50% of TOT revenues come from the STRs and about 50% from regular hotels. Again, keep in mind that we only have 7 hotels in town.
Right. Well, I feel like we have a lot of hotels in Pacifica, even though we keep on saying that we need more and more. But that's what I thought you were discussing, and that was surprising to me. And
well,
thank
maybe
you.
it's easier to translate it into number of rooms that we have through hotels, and I believe it's somewhat around 345 rooms, which is, well, does not meet the demands. So that's why we are discussing this issue.
Mm-hmm. We did a hotel study when we were trying to do Beach Boulevard, the RFP for Beach Boulevard, and we absolutely have demand for a hotel. We just couldn't
Which
get one.
was surprising. I don't know if you remember, and then we talked about this when we did the economic opportunity analysis a couple years ago. Even then, still, I was surprised. I just feel like we have so many hotels, but everything points to we have the demand for it. And now I understand the STRs are utilized and they are contributing to the TOT. Okay, thank you.
Do you have
I
something,
wanted to
Commissioner
ask
Godwin?
one related question. On the stuff I've read, most cities try to target 80% of the TOT from hotels and 20% from SCRs. Why are we so different than the median location that's reported to Harvard Business Review? It seems like we're out of whack with what most people do.
Well, I'm not sure what is the reference with the 80-20, but again, keep in mind we are a coastal city, right? So we have slightly different composition, again, maybe if you're looking at nationwide, so every community is very different, and demand on tourism is very different in each community. So when I said 50-50 split, this is the reality of things, right? So when you look at our budget and you look how much we generate in TOT, half of it comes from STRs.
That's what our numbers are. I'm just saying they're odd. And it seems like we have an opportunity to work that problem a little bit so we're more normal. And the expectation is anyways, if you have such a high percentage of your TOT coming from SCRs, there's an opportunity to build a lower cost accommodation in the form of something like an RV park or a hotel that's being missed. And having these large number of STRs in neighborhoods which are fairly undesirable, because most of the world that looks at this wants STRs to augment more permanent, cheaper forms of accommodation. And it seems like we're using them way too much, or at least compared to the group of cities they studied. And there's an opportunity for change.
Yeah.
So have you guys thought about that?
Commissioner Godwin, you raised some very good issues, but that's sort of beyond the scope of what's in the ordinance.
Understand, it's time to discuss it. I'm just saying we're way out in a limb, way out in the tail of a distribution of how localities have handled this problem.
Right.
I don't think people fully understand how unusual we are.
It's been a goal of economic development, and it's been a minute since I've been on the Economic Development Committee, but it was at least like 60% of what we talked about was how we needed more TOT and how we needed to do that with a hotel. And I don't think, I know that it's not what we're talking about here, but I totally agree with you. And I think, like Council Goal said, I think this is something that is a known. We just haven't been able to accommodate it. And I think what you're hitting on is the fact that we have a really big problem with STRs and we need an ordinance. It's clear that STRs are a problem and that we have really big compliance issues. It also is clear that there's a staff report that says we're losing like $1.3 to $1.8 million of revenue after years and years of talking about a structural deficit and having to raise our sales tax. So I don't think we're solving, I think we have to solve what's in front of us. But I wholly agree with you. It sucks. This is not a position that I think our city is really
it's a very
apt to be in.
Position.
Totally. I totally agree with you.
There's one other related comment that I'm still out a little bit in left field, so please indulge me for a minute. That usually when you build STRs, you target times of the year that there's a high demand for accommodations. I mean, in Pacifica, you would think most of the SDR nights should be in the summer or should be around the holidays when residents tend to go on vacation, they have empty houses, people want to come to the coast, and it should match up. And I haven't seen the study, but I don't believe that's, if you look at the distribution over the year of what nights are rented in STRs, we're anywhere close to that distribution, concentrated in the summer, concentrated in the holidays, the other 8 months pretty dead. And that would help relieve some of the compliance problems and some of the neighborhood nuisance problems. So if you could think about that too, I think that would help out. Now I'm done, sorry.
No.
About going off on a tangent.
I like the creative. Anyone?
I've got some comments, I guess, because I've been living through this and up on here, and then also, two of my direct neighbors became STRs, very respectable, never had an issue with them. I also still have both of their phone numbers, not a huge deal. The couple things I wanted to just commend staff on redefining the 1 unit per permit, because I think that was the biggest complaint that I've ever received, was there are quite a number of 4 and 8 unit buildings owned by corporations that are being run as a hotel. I mean, that is really what was driving people in my neighborhood nuts. So that was a really good change. I think that was really thoughtfully done, and I appreciate it. One thing I didn't see in here that I was expecting to see in here, I was kind of surprised by, but I wasn't at that city council meeting, was there's no kind of neighborhood-based or area-based limits. So in effect, what everyone knows what this is going to do is you're going to have a concentration of STRs in West Sharp Park, Rockaway Beach, and Pedro Point. And other communities aren't going, sure there are STRs throughout all of Pacifica, it's true, but there's a pretty dense concentration. If you walk Beach Boulevard, it's like 50%. And I was surprised that didn't get incorporated into this, because I think a lot of people's complaints were about changing the character of the neighborhood. I know, although I don't fault either of my neighbors for doing it, our neighborhood's character is definitively changed. It's palpable to everybody that lives on the street. There's no way around it. Even if they're good tenants and guests and everything, having that concentration in one neighborhood is, I think, what was driving this whole process in the first place. So I was surprised to see that we didn't incorporate that in any way. I don't know if that's because of the Coastal Commission overlay, but maybe somebody could speak to any discussion of that, or a deliberate omission, because we talked about it for hours when I was last up here.
Yes, there was a lot of discussion by the council at the last study session. Ultimately, the council decided not to include that as part of the regulations. I think I can't speak for them, but there are other, I will say that generally there are other regulations in the ordinance that address that issue.
Yep, I can see that this addresses it through
Right.
a
And
kind
so
of a different and more arcane way across the board, and instead of just the community by community based approach.
Right.
That's their direction.
It was discussed.
Yep, got it. Not my place to overstep them.
Does anyone have other deliberation or questions?
So I live in Rockaway Beach, and we have very narrow streets, and we definitely have some Airbnb operators that are very challenging to reach, and, you know, good guests, bad guests, good tenants, bad tenants, long-term, mid-term, short-term. That's the way it goes. But I'm a young family, 3 kids, 5 and under, and I get to go to different parts of California because we can stay in Airbnbs that are triple the size of a hotel room that costs the same amount. How many people here stay in Airbnbs?
Yeah, all of us.
Regularly?
Yeah.
Regularly. So I wasn't there when potential city council members made comments about not caring about the TOT. So I don't really want to lean on that, but the fact that these operators right here are going to be able to afford to keep their houses with a 60-day or even a 90-day limit and even break even is kind of silly. I would never operate a business like that. I wouldn't encourage them to either. That's a pretty poor choice. So we're looking at them shutting down this altogether, which is going to create way more of a deficit than 1.8. Plus, the level of compliance here, y'all, really? Who's gonna do this? We have a third-party manager that still cannot shut down STRs that our neighbors are talking about here. That's a problem. To me, it's about where do we start? We're paying a third-party manager to not do their job. They are not here to answer questions. That's a problem for me. So I'm sitting here having very basic questions about how this is already being implemented. And the answer is, I don't know. That's super frustrating. You know, we've faced this with the entire turnover of the planning department in the last year, and where every meeting is I don't know. That sucks. That's not fair to us, and it's not fair to anybody here. It's just really frustrating. And I'm not pointing direct fingers, but this is such a large issue. On the other point, I feel everyone here who lives in these neighborhoods who has to deal with this crap, it is an egregious way to live. The anxiety over the weekend, the anxiety that you feel when you see a big party come in and there's nothing you can do about it, because guess what? The third-party manager isn't doing their job. And Pacifica PD sure as heck does not have the money to regulate this by any means, or they would have, because your neighbors would have been already put out of business, and they're not. I'm really concerned about this.
Yeah.
This ordinance is not ready. Council, if you're watching, this is not going to do it. I'm concerned about the fact that we have current systems that are not working, that are costing money. And for years and years, people have been advocating against them, and they're getting nowhere. And now we're going to triple, quadruple the level of compliance, shrink the tax income, create a much larger burden with admin, staff, hours, compliance, PD hours. I mean, I can't even, the list is just incomprehensible, the amount of money this level of compliance is going to cost. I understand there's a middle ground. I don't have all the answers, but I don't feel like we have enough information to make any informed, there's a couple of things here, right? Like QR codes on doors, that's a serious safety issue. Advisory committee, great suggestion. Guest passes to park on the street like Los Gatos, I think that's a great suggestion too. There has to be a level of regulation around the amount of people that are coming to these homes and swamping neighborhoods, and it is a safety issue. Anyone remember that 45-minute tsunami alert? Good Lord. This is a problem here. I was emergency manager for years for City and County of San Francisco. Ingress and egress is a major issue. And if you're an Airbnb operator and you're not managing the amount of guests that come to your house with your surveillance cameras, and if the police is being called on you and you're not managing that, that is a safety issue. So I wish I had a more direct path here, but I have, I see both sides, and I have very deep concerns about the fact that our existing system is broken.
Yeah. I mean, I agree with a lot of what you said. I think it would be good to give staff an opportunity to respond to that. I think it's really important that we have an ordinance that we start. I know we have an ordinance. I think it's important that we replace it with something that came out of the 4 study sessions. I've marked it up, and at some point we'll go through all my ideas. I know we all love that. I was talking to somebody that is more business-minded than I am, and they said if you were running a business, you would never cut a bunch of revenue without finding a way to replace it. Like the timing here is clearly off. And despite the fact that it really, really bothers me, I also feel, going back to kind of one of my initial questions, I also feel like council has directed us to do this. Council is in charge of the budget. They've been elected to do that. We have not. So all we could do, I think, is voice our concerns that the money has not been maybe thought through.
My turn.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Can I just make a couple comments related to this? So I just want to clarify that compliance comes in 3 different areas. So we're talking about tax and fee compliance, and that's the third-party administrator that is handling that piece. But code enforcement and law enforcement compliance, that's driven by staff. So we are responsible for this. That's why we advise all the operators and neighbors to call police when violation is happening. So again, it's in staff responsibility to do this. And the new ordinance as proposed will actually make this compliance piece easier for us, and some additional fees and violations. So it actually defines it a little bit better, because the existing ordinance had some loopholes here and that we've been struggling to enforce. And again, we've discussed it at length with the City Council. But I just want to make sure I understand the comments, like third-party administrator is not doing the job. They are not enforcing the ordinance from the code compliance or law enforcement compliance standpoint. That's not in the scope. They just relieving staff's time because we don't have the capacity to do it in-house, to do tax administration of this program. So I just want to clarify that this is like two different things.
I really appreciate that, but that leaves me even more concerned that Pacifica PD cannot enforce. That leaves me even more concerned.
So, I mean, I think there's that, to be clear, Pacifica PD is enforcing. I mean, that's, the city is enforcing its regulations that are on the books. So
So when noise complaints are made over and over in a single night and the guests are not evicted or asked to leave?
There could be many reasons why they're not asked to leave. I don't know any specific circumstances, but what I'm saying to you is that Pacifica PD responds to those complaints, and if there is a noise violation in place, they will follow their procedures to either issue a warning or issue a citation if it's warranted.
I think that's where a lot of the frustration for the public is coming from, is the fact that they don't understand this process and that answer is simply not good enough because it's not translating to actual change for them in their neighborhoods. So I understand like your frustration and the fact that maybe people don't have it quite right, but their frustration is coming from a place that they're not effectively seeing any difference, whether they report these issues or not. And so whether it's the third-party manager, whether it's PD, whether it's staff resources not being there, whatever it is, there is an is, and it is not defined. And that is a serious issue. So it's tough to look over a new ordinance when the current system doesn't seem to be working for these people.
Well, but part of the reason of drafting an ordinance is to address those issues, those areas where we could improve or clarify the regulation. So that's part of the reason why council has gone through this exercise of having these study sessions, of giving direction of what they want to see in the ordinance.
I wish that there was something more immediate that people could have seen over the last 5 years. And I'm not pointing any fingers here. It's just an observation as we go through this ordinance process that it's very challenging to look at additional compliance when basic needs in neighborhoods around these issues are so prevalent and are just simply not being met. That's just my opinion.
Go ahead.
So I've been on Planning Commission for 2 terms, and pretty much my entire 2 terms, this has been on the agendas, and it's been a topic of discussion. I think there's an ordinance that's long overdue, and I 100% agree. I was just snapping over here with everything that Commissioner Devine said, but that compels me more so to make an ordinance, which to Commissioner Redfield's point, maybe 5 years from now, we might be looking at adjustments to this ordinance, but at least we have a stepping stone that hopefully addresses some of the concerns. Now, I didn't have a lot of clarification questions because, like I said, I've been a part of this process for a long time, but I do have an opinion. And this isn't common for one of our public hearing items, but I agree with the opposite ends of the spectrum here. And I think one of the worst things we could do, and I'm not an economic expert, I think we have a great economic development committee. I mean, Chair Hauser helped set the foundation of it. And I would love their opinion on this, but my rudimentary understanding of finances and optimization, which I'm pretty good at because I'm an engineer, is if we go half and half at something like this, it's almost the worst situation. So here's an example. Like, hang on a second, actually. We have a graph kind of like this, where on one, you probably can't see it over there, with revenue up here. If we got rid of all STRs, then TOT would be high and demand would be high on hotel. Yes, I understand that we currently have a good demand for hotel, high demand for hotel usage, but maybe that will compel the city residents to make a new hotel happen here, right next door. I also agree on the opposite side of this chart where if we gave more opportunity for STR rentals, we could get that revenue there too. So we're looking at a 90-day rental limit. Previously, we talked about a slightly higher rental limit, but let's say we went up to 200-day rental limit, which I know is not on the table right now, but that gives a lot of opportunity and much more revenue. So again, I am not a financial expert, but something tells me that if we just do something meeting in the middle too much, it's almost the worst situation from a revenue standpoint. Because I think it was also mentioned that if we put too many restrictions on the STRs and if we reduce the rental day limitation too low, then people are just not going to put their homes on, they're just not going to rent out their homes. Now, on the flip side, from a housing standpoint, because yes, we are in a housing crisis, if people aren't short-term renting out their homes, sure, maybe we could fill those homes with, you know, for renters, for people who will live in our community for a year plus. But then when I go back to this chart, to me, that just seems like, okay, we should invest more in hotels then. Then we shouldn't have a 60-day limit where no one's going to want to rent out their STRs and maybe they, I don't know, they just leave it vacant. Or actually, with this situation, I think a lot of the homes, especially on Beach Boulevard, when you walk by, a lot of homes seem vacant, which I don't think is appealing either. So my long-winded opinion doesn't give a lot of solutions, but some things that I do believe in right now is we do need to get an updated ordinance going. It may not be perfect. I think it would be beneficial to have the Economic Development Committee really opine on this in the future at least. And I just want to make sure that we're not, you know, trying to make too many compromises where nobody benefits.
All right, is it, for staff, is it within the Planning Commission's abilities, if we move an ordinance forward with like maybe some clarifications, is it within our abilities to put notes into council that we spoke a little bit about the economics and we're hoping that the EDC or our economic development staff could maybe provide some alternate paths for how to offset some of the economic loss?
So Chair Hauser, you're asking if the recommendation from the Planning Commission is for the council to consider the ordinance, and then along with that, the Planning Commission, a majority of you would like to add some
color to the staff
color
report.
or recommendation.
Yeah.
Yes, I think that's appropriate.
Okay.
And also, typically the Planning Commission designates a liaison for the council meeting. That person can also come and explain how a majority of the Planning Commission felt on a certain topic.
Okay. Does anyone else have questions or yeah?
Just a few comments. I mean, I think the consensus is pretty obvious on here, although which way that vote is going, I couldn't tell you right now. But this is not ready for prime time. I think we're all in agreement with that. We all absolutely, positively want an ordinance. We want to change it. We have to, the goal is to keep, and to lose, was it 1.3 mil is the estimate, and I believe that was done in staff report by the city manager several meetings ago, whatever it was, I can't recall, of the fear that if this ordinance passes, that many of the operators would not, as you reiterated too, would not re-up, essentially. So that's a good significant loss. We are in no way able to sustain losses like that without replacement. I believe that was, you can't take one and not replace it with another. Recommendations here, I think, and again, we have another half of the coastal zone too. So even if this went forward and passed and council passed it, we're still looking at whenever for Coastal Commission, and that's, I believe City Manager was talking maybe this year, maybe, to hear it at Coastal Commission. Again, there's no guarantees. Again, that could come back and bounce back and forth before that, even though it's identical, I believe, in the numbers in the coastal zone. So we have to deal with that as well. We definitely need change here. I mean, there are people that are happy, there are people that are unhappy, and at some point we have to find middle ground, and we can't negate one and award the other, if you will. And that's kind of what this does in many instances. This definitely is not ready for prime time.
Can I ask a clarification on that?
Absolutely.
And I'm usually the person that's like, we need more time, let's slow this down. But I feel like if we talked it through, we could find some, like, I personally feel like if we talked it through, we could find something to recommend tonight, along with other facets to put into the staff report. Are you saying that you think that we need more information before we can recommend something? Like, are you recommending we get some more information and then do a continuance?
I think we definitely need more information on this. I think there's certain things, again, that weren't, your density, I believe that was actually addressed in the report, but I don't recall exactly where that was, density in neighborhoods. That's a critical issue. There are too many, if you will, open ends, but I think we can make recommendations. Even if we pass this tonight, we're not passing anything. We're just moving this forward to another body who makes the ultimate decision. In my opinion, they would not be making that decision at currently sitting here right now, right tonight. They would not be pushing the exact ordinance that's in front of them. That's my opinion. I think we need to add items to it or adjust items to it. And, where we go from there, I'm not, again, I wish I had all the answers. I wish I had that many answers.
I mean, I hear what you're saying. I feel like the question on density, if it came from council through 4 study sessions, was like, we're not
asked and answered. I asked the question, I got the explanation of why and why not exactly, and why they went a different approach. I totally understand the reasoning, and maybe it wouldn't have been the decision I made, but it's not my decision to make.
So let me just pull the rest of the commission. Does anyone else feel like they need more information and then would like to continue it? Or do people feel like we could talk through the ordinance and come up with a recommendation tonight? Go ahead. Sorry. Anyone?
I feel like either way, I'd like to get into a few specifics to at least provide some direction for the next time.
Okay.
I have just a handful of small things that are like real sticking points for me that I think I'd like to bring up, but I'm comfortable either way if everyone wants to continue or if we want to pass it on. So noted, right? It's not.
Yeah.
We're not doing anything with it, so it's recommendation.
Yeah. Commissioner Berman?
I'd prefer to move it forward and not have a continuance to the Planning Commission.
Okay. Commissioner Devine?
I do unfortunately agree. I mean, there's just so many trailing things here that make this so challenging. I want everyone here to know that I see this and it's,
Agree that we should move it forward?
Yeah.
Okay, but after we talk about it?
Yes.
Commissioner Godwin?
I think there's a number of open questions that would benefit from at least some discussion with the Economic Development Committee. So I would prefer a continuance.
Okay. Being that we're a 6-person commission, and this is a recommendation, we need 4, right?
Right. So
4 votes, okay.
Yes, so staff actually brought that up before the meeting, and I checked the bylaws. We do need 4 for a zoning commission, a zoning amendment.
Okay.
On a recommendation.
Okay. So then let's talk through particulars. I think to keep things organized, it would be helpful to go through the ordinance rather than go through, I feel like this about parking or whatever it is. Does everybody feel comfortable with that?
Yep.
Okay. So it's how many? It's a 15-page ordinance. And I'm just going to start with any of the whereas statements. I don't think anyone
What
has a,
packet page are you on?
Back at page 136.
136?
yes, this is Exhibit 1, the ordinance that Mayor Beckmeyer would be signing, not the resolution that we're approving. So does anyone have any issues with the whereases?
There's too many of them.
Okay. So then let's move into, hang on. Okay, so the recitals were fine.
General plans.
I don't know if anyone has a purpose and intent issue. I have thoughts about some of the definitions. Okay. Does anyone want to start?
On to the definitions, I think we should discuss operator, the definition of operator.
Okay. Before that one, I had multifamily and noise monitor. Do you want to, I'm just going to go in chronological order.
Sounds good.
Okay. So for multifamily, I wholly agree with what the vice chair said. I'm so pleased to see that this is no longer like 20 units on a single permit. I would like to see F, if the commission is amenable to it, clarified to say that duplexes, you know, for like avoidance of doubt, duplexes, triplexes, and attached housing products, which is inclusive of attached single-family homes, are included in the definition of multifamily. And can you repeat that, please? Yes, so this is definition F, which defines multifamily development. I would like to include a clarification that duplexes, triplexes, and attached housing product inclusive of quote-unquote attached single-family dwellings are under the multifamily definition, so disallowed from having STRs. And what I'll do is I'll take notes on everybody's and I will send this to staff as well in the end. Does anyone feel like that needs more discussion? Is everyone okay with that? Okay, okay. So as, again, I think we need to fix a lot of the STR problems. I don't think noise monitors are an effective way of doing that. I think that they're prohibitive. I think that they're misleading. I think if an ambulance or a fire truck goes down next to an STR, it's going to be unclear where the noise is coming from. And I think it's an undue cost on the operator. So I would personally not want to see this.
I don't personally know much about noise monitors. I don't know if someone else does.
And Chair Hauser, the noise monitors were something that the council directed to be included. So this would be a comment from the Planning Commission for the council to reconsider something? Is that what you're proposing?
That's what I'm proposing, but I would love to get a quorum of commissioners on that.
Yes, that would be important to make sure. And if you're going to go through your edits, maybe at the end of, well, let's see, if we're all going to make edits, if all of the planning commissioners are going to suggest edits, maybe at the conclusion of that discussion, you just take a straw poll to make sure that there's a majority that support that change.
Sure. So I'm going to go line by line, like change by change, and then I will aggregate everyone's comments and send it to
Straw poll
staff.
it as we bring them up?
Yes.
Or, yep.
I do. So does anyone have, Commissioner Devine?
I actually know quite a few Airbnb operators that lean on noise monitors to ensure that people aren't throwing parties at their houses. And they're notified via an app on their phone for decibel level. And it's a pretty, from what I understand, it's not necessarily a massive financial burden, but it has allowed them to call the police and ask guests to leave and actually have guests physically escorted off the property, which is a gap.
And it's not cost prohibitive?
From what I understand.
Okay.
I also don't recall at least any of the public comments received in email or here having issue with using a noise monitor.
Okay. I will retract I don't think I'm seeing support, and that alleviates some of my concerns, Commissioner Devine, so I will retract that one. Commissioner
So, yeah, I believe
Redfield?
that came up in public comment at one of the study sessions or whatever, that it's not an expensive item, it's a relatively inexpensive item, and I believe that was it goes to an app. So it's not an audible alarm, going off on the porch or something of that nature. It doesn't record, as was spoken of earlier. It's simply a decibel meter to notify the operator, so.
Perfect. Okay. Thank you
Yeah, I
for
looked
that
up the top
clarification.
5, they're all within $100 to $300.
Perfect. Okay. Operator, Commissioner Berman?
So there was a little bit of discussion already about the definition of person in operator, and it concerns me that the definition of person can also include a corporation. So I don't know if we want to deliberate on that. I'd also be curious if City Council has discussed this yet.
So Commissioner Berman, yes, this issue has been discussed. I think that they had indicated a preference for a natural person as well. The concern was that corporations are allowed to hold property. And by eliminating them as from operation of an STR, you run the risk that they could allege discrimination, et cetera. I'd also point out that a lot of just normal, regular people hold property through an LLC or a trust. It's an absolutely acceptable way to hold real property. Actually, I think a lot of financial advisors would say you should own your real property through an LLC or some type of other trust. So we wanted to make sure to include those types of potential entities that hold real property as an operator.
Thank you.
They're still obligated to comply with the requirements, the regulations, whether they're a natural person or an LLC. They still have to comply with the operating requirements. So,
then a clarification question. So getting into the nuances of the ordinance revision in front of us, so there's aspects where the host needs to prove that it's their primary residence or the host. I mean, that's the main one I'm thinking of, but I'm sure there's others. So how, if it's a corporation that's, let's say, based elsewhere, how is it proven that, I guess they wouldn't prove that it's their primary residence?
no, there is a provision, and I'm looking for it now, that speaks to that. Hang on, if you give me a minute, I'll find it. So in subsection C of section 9-4.4903, it says, every person operating a short-term rental shall have their primary residence at the site of the short-term rental. If the person is a corporation, business trust, estate trust, partnership, limited liability company, association, or other entity, the managing member, and it goes through the different people that would need to show or prove primary residency. So somebody within the entity would have to show that that's their primary residency.
Okay.
Yeah. So we tried to address that particular issue, especially with the primary residency, issues that would arise particular to entities that hold property.
I see. Okay, thank you. It seems like it was very thoughtfully outlined in here, so.
Is it
Yeah, please, Commissioner Godwin.
possible to indicate that a natural person has to be available within 20 minutes or something out of these non-natural persons?
I think that's in there.
I know that's a little awkward way of saying it, but, the idea that I think most neighbors are frustrated by is they call some marketing center, and they say, yes, we received your call, and then nothing happens.
Right.
So what we want is a live individual who has the power to make decisions there to resolve a problem on the occasions problems arise. Is that covered in this somewhere?
Commissioner Godwin, it is covered. There's a requirement to have a responsible party that's designated that is available 24/7 to respond.
I mean, in person, not on the phone.
Yes, both, they have to be available by phone and in person.
Could this,
Okay.
apology, can I ask a clarifying question? Can this person technically be a third-party operator?
I'm sorry?
Can this person technically be a third-party operator?
The person that's identified as the responsible party?
Yes.
Let me look at the definition.
Yeah, actually, the responsible party shall mean a person, so it's just a loop, right? The responsible party shall mean a person, corporation, business, trust, estate, trust, partnership, corporation, association,
Right.
other entity, over the age of 18, which is sort of, doesn't apply to the rest, but.
Actually, what if that's a really good point. What if we took the I think the operator definition makes sense, and I know a lot of people who own their homes with a trust. What if we took definition and responsible party and had that say shall mean a natural person? Which is, I think, the intent.
Yeah, I think that change could be made. Mhm.
Okay.
Yes.
It's okay.
It's a good catch. Any other comments on operator and responsible party before we keep moving?
Just as another clarifier, just as a kind of a hypothetical. So you could have corporation, 6 people listed, whatever it may be. That person is a responsible party. You call them, they're in Miami. So they're going to call Bob here in Pacifica to say, hey, you need to get over to that. That's a totally, I mean, it's a hypothetical, but it could theoretically be a situation. So you could have somebody completely out of state that's the responsible person that is the contact person. And it's their responsibility then to call somebody who is literally local, a body, an actual person.
That's actually not how I read it. I was going to bring it up later, but if you look at packet page 149, ordinance page 8, paragraph C, it says the operator shall, blah, blah, blah. It says responsible party shall respond either in person or by return telephone call within 30 minutes. So they don't have to be available in person, according to the ordinance. But I was going to wait and tackle that when we get to that page.
That's item C.
It's the very top of the page.
So it's not a definitional issue. I think it's the issue you're talking about is with that later paragraph, which I also have comments on.
Okay, yep.
Okay. So we'll come back to that. Let's stick with definitions. We got go ahead.
I just wanted to point out in that section, it does provide that the operator can be identified as the responsible party if they can satisfy these requirements. So what we had envisioned is that the operator could say, well, I want to be the responsible party. But if they're a corporation or an agency, they couldn't be the responsible party because the responsible party has to now be a natural person based on our changes. So there may need to be some conforming edits to adjust for the change to the definition of responsible party is what I'm trying to say.
Okay.
Can we still use natural person in just to be direct about it, in the definition of responsible party? What we talked about a few minutes ago?
If a majority of the Planning Commission has indicated that they want that change, then we can make that change.
Does anyone disagree with natural person? Okay, we agree. So I had a problem with the next one, permit. It's not really a problem, I just want a clarifier. And this goes back to what we talked about as a single unit. So I'd like to change that to say permit or short-term rental permit means a permit issued by the city pursuant to this article to allow the use of a single short-term rental on a single site. Can we Add those two
Concur.
words? Okay. Anyone disagree? Okay. And then L, primary residence, I also had an issue. I would like to add the words, for avoidance of doubt, primary residence does not include ADU or JADU.
I would prefer the primary resident was there 9 months of the year versus 6. 6 makes it a primary resident, but like San Francisco has made it 9.
I totally understand what you're saying. I think the logistics of that, how do you live there for 9? So if there are 12 months in a year and you can rent a short-term rental for 3 of them, and you can live there for 9 of them,
Yes.
what if you want to rent them on weekends or discontinuously? What you're suggesting would mean that you would have to pick a 3-month span in a year.
I think that's much more desirable that you rent by weeks and do it within a high-demand season or high-demand times like holidays plus part of the summer. So I've got a strong preference for raising that number.
I think the two conflict, though, right? You can't have one and the other.
I would prefer to stick, did council come up with the 6 months, the definition of primary residence?
I don't believe so, but that's a typical, I mean, I think that's the standard time frame by which primary residence in the legal field is measured.
Okay. So Commissioner Godwin is proposing to do 9 months. Does anyone concur with 9 months?
I agree with the 6 months. To be honest, logistically, I don't know who is taking big, long vacations all the time where they could Airbnb, or they could rent out their residence for such long periods of time. So for now, I agree with the 6 months. I would even look at something a little less, but I think consistent.
I mean, more than 6 months is more than half a year.
So your primary residence, which I get.
That's pretty
Okay. I agree. So I think what I'm hearing is 6 months. We're all on board. Not all, but the majority is on board with 6 months. Did anyone have issue with my desire to clarify that primary residence cannot include an ADU or a JADU, which is kind of later specified, but I think it should be definitional?
I think that makes sense, especially because we're saying that the primary resident could live in their ADU while renting out the main residence. We want to make sure that they're not fully living in the ADU 100% of the time.
Correct.
That's clearly spelled out in, the thing. It says in the ordinance that says you can build the ADU, which kind of was counterintuitive to the additional housing.
Yeah.
So in theory, you could build an ADU. I think it would be kind of far-fetched. I mean, I'm sure it could happen, obviously, that someone would rent out but somebody's buying their house for them. So.
Yeah.
It's counterintuitive to the general plan and the housing element to have that in there. So
I had comments when we get to that section because I don't love the idea that, maybe, I just want to make sure that primary residence is defined as the single-family dwelling that's on the site and not
as opposed to the
ADU.
Yeah,
I just want to be for avoidance of doubt, crystal clear. ADUs are not short-term rentals.
Yes.
Okay.
So
Any disagreement?
So we have.
Yes.
Yeah, sorry. So just as a point of clarification, a homeowner can construct an ADU and they can live in the ADU as their primary residence. So there's no legal obligation for them to occupy the primary residence versus the accessory dwelling unit. And so there's some concern in eliminating an ADU as a primary residence.
And I would just add that these are definitions, that this isn't the basis for a regulation. So if your intent is to make sure that we prohibit STRs in accessory dwelling units, then the place to address that would be in the regulations themselves.
See, I think the intention is to preserve affordable housing, which is what an ADU does, is it provides naturally affordable housing. But if you're building an ADU not for an additional occupant, not for RENA, not for any of that, but to have a business in your single-family dwelling, that defeats the purpose of the ADU. So
I understand, but
yeah.
people can build an ADU for whatever they want. They can put an office out there. They can, they can use it for storage. They don't have to use it for housing.
I totally concur with that, but what I don't concur with is the idea that that person can then say that my primary residence is this single-family home that I'm turning into an STR.
So, like I said, that portion, that could be addressed in the regulation itself rather than the definition. Our concern is that by specifying that an ADU cannot be a primary residence, that
we're not compliant with state law.
Legally is
we're messing with state law.
Right.
Okay.
If I may, ADUs and junior ADUs, I think by code are not allowed to be short-term rentals. That's correct?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Could I propose a change in method? Given that we've made it through one half of a page in 25 minutes, is it possible that we just go down and pick the issues that we already have? Or maybe we'll call it a page number and do it that way?
I think,
Rather than adjudicating line by line?
yeah, I think we can do that. I want to make sure that we're not missing anything. So that was my last definition issue. Let's get through the definitions like this, and then does anyone have another definition issue? Okay. So then, what are you saying, Vice Chair?
Just go page by page, and if each person has their issues out and ready in front of them, we can discuss with each page our issues with that page.
Okay, does anyone have any page issues on 4?
Packet page 145.
I have 2, but, so, okay. So in 9-4.4903, A is what we just talked about, so no person may operate a short-term rental in any accessory dwelling unit or junior accessory dwelling unit. However, the operator of a hosted STR may reside in an accessory dwelling unit or junior ADU on the site. Again, I think this cannibalizes the affordable housing we're trying to build. So what's the flexibility here, City Attorney?
Do you want to take, so I think this language was just added to address a situation that we thought could arise where somebody wants to live in their ADU. I could envision someone elderly who doesn't need the space in the primary residence but has an ADU on their property and wants to move into the ADU and and in that way can have a hosted STR and supplement their income but also be on the site and have their primary residence be the location where the guests stay. So that was I think more of a staff-driven addition.
Yeah, I don't think council discussed that.
This was easy for me to understand because I know someone that does exactly this.
Okay.
Yeah. That elderly
So you think it's
person
a good
uses
idea?
their ADU to supplement their income by renting their house. Yeah.
Okay. Does anyone have issues with it? Besides me, obviously. Okay.
I think it's kind of a case-by-case. I think it's kind of a case-by-case basis, which we really, per se, don't have power over. It's a general ordinance. But in an individual case like that, that's a real-life scenario.
Okay.
So
Okay, so then let's move on. B, in the same section, I think we just need to clarify what the definition of approved means. So no person shall operate or allow short-term rental in any location not approved for use as a permanent dwelling. I think that just means like a certificate of occupancy issued.
Correct, that would be, I think this is actually language in the existing ordinance. I need to double check, but yes, that's what the intent is, that it's a location that has been approved for occupancy.
Okay, so I think just being clear that that's what that means. Okay. Packet page 5.
Sorry, can we pause just because I've been mulling over, sorry, back in the definitions. What is the primary concern, I guess, with someone primarily living in their ADU? I understand with respect to fulfilling affordable housing, I get it, but I also understand that someone could build an ADU and do whatever they want with it. So I guess what's the main issue?
So just to be clear, I was the only one that had an issue, so we didn't make any
I
changes
know,
to it.
I know, and I'm just,
You want to, okay, so here's my concern. I have a single family, like hypothetically, I have a single family home. I build an ADU. Pacifica celebrates, woohoo, Rena, like a lower rental, probably studio, less than 800 square feet. I then proceed to like move myself into the ADU, call it a primary residence, 6 months of a year, I have a house in Burlingame, and then I rent my more luxurious single-family home.
so the concern purely is just providing more affordable housing, but not really doing it?
Correct.
Okay.
And I see why there's like the definitional, it's like it's a single assessor's parcel. Like I understand the definitional issue that, that staff highlighted, and I agree with them. Honestly, we could leave, council didn't discuss it, I'm sure they'll discuss it.
Yeah, I just think we have zero control over it, no matter what. And sorry, that's just why I just wanted to finish that thought.
Nope, yeah.
Okay.
I hear you. Okay, anything on the 5th page?
Sorry, on same page, item C. It's kind of my understanding that from the ordinance, you can have a hosted or unhosted, and it's possible to have someone who responds via phone call within 30 minutes. But this paragraph C seems to say that every short-term rental shall have their primary residence at the site of the short-term rental. So
Correct. Yeah, correct.
Okay, but, okay. You don't have to be there, but you have to reside there.
Right, so you could still have hosted or unhosted, subject to the applicable regulations, but your primary residence, but you have to have your primary residence within the STR.
So it has to be your primary residence you're renting. It can't be that you reside next door or within one block. It has to be
Correct.
your primary residence. Just clarifying that.
That's correct.
And if I recall from probably 5 years ago, the concern that fulfills is homeowners will be more invested in the care of their home, correct? Is that, if I'm remembering correctly, like what is the essence of that requirement? Is it the idea that if it's your primary residence, then you're going to care about satisfying your neighbors more, you're going to care about the upkeep of your home, you're more attached emotionally? Is that the idea?
Commissioner Berman, my understanding is that it is related to housing availability and council's direction to limit someone's ability to purchase a property solely for use as an STR.
Okay. So, yeah, the example of...
And probably some neighborhood impact as well.
A couple clarifications. I wasn't quite done with that. So in the case of a duplex or a triplex, which are all spoken of here, those duplex have two different addresses. That's not really spelled out here?
No, they're barred, multifamily has been barred from being a short-term rental.
Completely?
Completely.
Okay. I just somehow I missed.
You can still have an STR in multifamily.
It just has to be your unit.
It has to be your unit,
Okay.
and
I misunderstood that when I read
it has to be hosted.
Great, thank you.
For multifamily.
It has to, sorry, you have to host, but you can't have an unhosted STR and, yeah, okay. Anything else on 4? Okay. I have one on 5. I think there's just a typo, so little Romanette 4 says legally permitted bedroom rooms. And I think I remember that the council was saying legally permitted bedrooms and doors to be used for the short-term rental. So that's just a typo.
I'm sorry, what section was that?
A4 on the 5th page. So, and identifying legally permitted bedrooms, rooms. I think that should say legally permitted bedrooms and doors to be used for the short-term.
And I'm sorry, what's the second part you're saying? Doors?
Yeah, and doors.
Sorry, I think it's missing a comma, Chair Hauser. They're required to identify legally permitted bedrooms and any other rooms. So if it includes the kitchen,
Like a
things
map
that
that highlights which part is the short.
which part is being, used as the short-term rental. So I think it's more a grammatical error that we can correct.
But I think Chair Hauser also suggested doors, and this is a floor plan, so I presume she knows that that is something that would typically be shown on a floor plan. Okay, so we can add indoors.
Okay, perfect.
If a majority of the Planning Commission agrees that that's.
I have a feeling no one's gonna be mad at my doors,
Yeah.
but.
I have on that same paragraph, paragraph A1, Romanet 1, I took some issue with this. I think some of the commenters did also. It says, the name and contact information of the operator, period. All adults for whom the property is a permanent residence shall be listed. If you have adult children living at home or college kids who technically their permanent residence is that house, there's no way that it makes any sense that they should have to have their contact info listed as a part of the ordinance, right? I have a neighbor with 2 adult children. I would not expect him, if he rents out his house while they're on vacation, to give everybody the contact info for his children. That's crazy.
Where is this? What number?
A1, name and contact. All adults for whom the property is a permanent residence shall be listed. I just think that's a huge overreach.
I think the counter to that, though, is that
They may, right? Someone has to respond within 30 minutes. That's part of the ordinance. But forcing them to list their grandmother that lives in the ADU and list her phone number and have it part of this QR code, that's just, I'm not going to get behind that.
Vice Chair Ferguson, if I can clarify, this is just for the application. This is not the contact information that would be listed on the QR code. So this is identifying members of the residents as part of the application.
Is the application discoverable by a public records request?
yes, it could be.
Okay,
We would
my comment stands.
we would have to analyze that request when it comes in to determine whether or not
Yeah.
the documents that are being sought are subject to production, but typically applications and the contents of the applications are often sought after through a
Sure.
public record request.
I don't think it's appropriate, and hold the.
So I think what I was going to say is that the reason why it might be important on an application is the city wants to know who is also claiming that it's their primary residence as, in that STR location. Because it could be helpful if there is code enforcement action. It could be helpful if there's some dispute about ownership of the property. I mean, there could be lots of reasons.
I'm okay with listing all the people that live there. Sorry, to be clear. I just don't want to have the contact information listed for everyone, or required to be listed.
Okay.
I can understand why you'd need your adult children listed to say if someone responds to the property, hey, I live here, I'm not on the deed, but I'm on the permit.
Right. It does say name and contact information of the operator, and then period. And then all adults for whom the property is a permanent residence shall be listed. So it doesn't ask for the contact information. This is, again, just the application form, and so it would just be.
I appreciate that. That's a lawyer reading it and not me.
Right,
What if we swapped the clauses so that it didn't seem so inclusive? So it said, all adults for whom the property is permanent residence shall be listed, name and contact information of the operator.
Yeah, we could do that, or we could just separate out the Romanet. So Romanet 1 would be name and contact information of the operator, Romanet 2 would be list
That would satisfy me.
adults.
For sure. Thank you.
Who also reside on the property and, consider the property their permanent residence.
I could get behind that. Any nays? Okay.
So on the very end of that page, under Romanet X, just says, any other information the administrator deems reasonably necessary to administer this article. That feels like it should, if there's something foreseen, you should at least list, such as, or like, hey, I can ask you for anything I feel like, because I feel like it's necessary. That's what it says, right?
But it says deemed reasonably necessary. So this is a catch-all. It's definitely a catch-all, and it could be site-specific. It could be fact-specific, like there's something flagged in the application process, and so the administrator wants further information. This allows the administrator to get that information.
Understand my pushback. I don't believe that we live in a state with too few laws. I don't believe we live in a state with too few regulations. I don't believe we live in a state where it's too easy to do things. We're about to make it substantially harder to do something that people have been doing here for a long time. Putting in a catch-all that says, I can ask you for anything I want because I'm the administrator, you have to understand that it's going to read like overreach of a kind of a nanny state, right? Like that just means some person who wasn't elected can ask you for whatever they want so that you can operate a legally permitted business in this city.
I agree with you. I also think it protects the city.
I do too, but you've got 15 pages to protect yourself.
From an implementation standpoint, one of the challenges when we get so prescriptive within an ordinance is that when there are changes in technology, innovation, state law, and so forth, needing to go back to Planning Commission and Council to update an ordinance, like for just basic administration, can be very challenging.
Could you provide an example of something you see in the future that would fall under any other information? I'm open to having a catch-all.
Sure, yeah. It's a fair question. I just think it's so hard, it can be so hard to predict.
Let me color my pushback. We've heard up here issues with small businesses in town being assessed upwards of $20,000 in fines for having non-compliant windows.
Right.
Right? We don't want that. That's a bad look for the city. It's a bad look for our residents. Myself and people up here with me have gone through permitting processes with the city. It's unbelievably arduous and arcane. Let's do a little less of that, please. I'm done grandstanding.
Does anyone support a change to this clause?
I support with what Vice Chair Ferguson is saying, and I mean, looking at it holistically, especially as our city's gone through a lot of staffing changes the past couple of years, and I've heard repeatedly throughout the years that it is so hard to get anything permitted in our city, while our city is also facing a financial crisis. So I'm with Vice Chair Ferguson.
My opinion is to strike it, and I guess unless anyone has a better way to edit it.
It doesn't seem necessary. My only thought on that was to put any pertinent information to the administrator. That, again, is subjective to whoever the administrator is.
I mean, it's kind of like things like this where we run into, a couple of months ago, because a CDP was issued for an SB9, it had to come through us when it shouldn't. Like, the whole point of SB9 is that it didn't, but it's because our CDP language is so granular and nuanced. So I don't know, I'm just having some foresight. I know, I get the essence of this is to have foresight and flexibility, but 10 years from now, we could have a whole new administration and someone interprets this as a way to just block a lot of permits. I don't know, just my thought. Especially if we can't currently think of examples like, for instance.
Okay, so I'm hearing 3 for striking it. Okay, Commissioner Devine, Commissioner Godwin.
Doesn't matter to me. I don't think it's a key point, so
Okay.
if we want to scrap it.
I'm in
that's fine.
support. I'm
Of
in
striking?
support, yeah.
Okay. It's a majority to strike X. Okay, so going to page 6, little Roman numeral 11, if we could just add revocation, failure to sign the affidavit should be grounds for denial of a short-term rental permit or revocation of a permit, of an existing permit.
But this is on the application. So if they don't fill out the application, then they wouldn't
Okay.
get a permit in the first place.
So people are not being asked to fill out a new application with this ordinance. If you have a permit, you're grandfathered in and you won't be able to fill out a new application.
Okay, so we did get, we want to remind planning commissioners to speak into the microphone. Apparently, there's difficulty speaking, and so I hope I'm not the one committing the problem. I'm not the problem, but yes, so this is really just talking about the permit application and whether there's, it would include the affidavit signed by the owner under penalty of perjury.
So just to be clear though, like let's pretend for a second that I have an STR permit, one of the 150 under the current ordinance. Council then repeals and replaces it with a new ordinance. Am I then going to be asked to provide all this new stuff that I haven't provided in the past, or am I grandfathered in?
No, so, well, let me look to make sure. There is a provision in the ordinance that speaks to when certain sections go into effect. And this is in 9-4903, right? 904?
4911, I think, starts on page 13.
So, yeah, so only subsections A and B of section 9-4.4903 would go into effect upon the effective date of the ordinance outside of the coastal zone. All the other provisions would not.
But they would apply at the time that a short-term rental permit is renewed.
Right.
Okay, so renewal would require this affidavit.
Correct.
The renewal time is in October, so.
Got it. So it could be a denial of renewal. Okay, that's fine. And then I have one more on this page, which is C. And this was a big back and forth with council about hosted versus unhosted inspection. Sorry, it's D actually. I think council was split on whether they wanted inspections of hosted STRs. And I'm wondering if we can add a requirement for hosted STRs, the property owner shall self-certify under penalty of perjury that they meet codes, rather than having an administrator inspection. Kind of like when you get a building permit and there's like the insurance declaration. You're just declaring that you're complying with the law, but there's no real onus unless you do something really bad.
I'd be curious what the requirement for hotel inspections is.
A lot.
I'm sure.
Like annual elevator,
Well,
fire testing, I mean, a lot.
primarily I was thinking fire testing. And I know a lot of our single-family homes don't have sprinkler systems, for example,
Yeah.
but I don't know, just kind of comparing hotels to STRs. And I don't know, maybe
It's important
it's
for
not.
liability for a property owner who's doing a hosted STR to say, I attest that I meet carbon monoxide, monitor and fire alarm monitor requirements. And then it doesn't require the inspection that the majority of council wasn't asking for. Director Under, yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Chair Hauser, is that covered under C, where the applicant has to provide a signed safety declaration attesting to safe habitable condition, smoke detectors, carbon monoxide detectors, fire extinguishers?
Let me reread it. It might. Yeah, because this one doesn't make the can we add under penalty of perjury to that section? I think that's fine. I just think we need to strengthen it a little bit.
Yeah, that adds teeth to it. This
Yeah.
way, it's simply a, just kind of should,
Okay. Any no's? Okay. Anything else on this page? Okay. Anybody on the 7th page of the ordinance? Anybody on the 8th page of the ordinance?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead, Vice Chair.
I know this is kind of gets us to the meat of the ordinance, but I thought we'd bring up for discussion the responsible party to be available by return phone call within 30 minutes of a complaint. That seemed to fly in the face of the spirit of the rest of this ordinance, right? I'll call you back within 30 minutes. Most problems that you have with an Airbnb guest aren't something that you can fix with a phone call to the complaint, to the city. I just thought I'd bring it up for discussion. I don't have a proposed change here. It just felt like it went so hard on every other aspect and then so soft on this one.
I mean, what about like reasonableness language that maybe strengthens this? Like the responsible party shall do, whatever is commercially reasonable to address the complaint?
Yeah. So, Chair Hauser, the 30 minutes, I mean, the problem with using reasonable is what's reasonable is very subjective. And so the preference was to include a hard time limit, which we thought would, what if you are, obviously 30 minutes seems.
I think we're getting hung up on the wrong thing here. 30 minutes wasn't my problem.
Oh,
I thought the
I'm sorry.
whole purpose of this was to have, if you're not there, you have some provision for a human being to show up on site within some amount of time. This reads like nobody ever has to show up. Someone just has to call the city within 30 minutes. And they don't even have to be compliant. They just return the call and say, hey, I'm not going to do anything. Go to hell. All right,
I don't know if it's
ordinance.
reasonable if you're on vacation in Oregon, for example, to like show up in 30 minutes or like have that as the resolution. But I
Sure.
think adding, there needs to be like that next sentence to the vice chair's point of like, the responsible party will then make commercially reasonable efforts to address the problem satisfactorily or consistent with the city's nuisance, like whatever, I don't know. But there needs to be a next, right? That's what you're saying. There needs to be.
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah.
I see, I understand now. Okay.
Like an
and
authorization
make
for
all
eviction.
reasonable efforts to address the complaint. Something like that like type of language?
I guess, is it clear somewhere else that the city is able to effect an eviction of a short-term tenant?
It's just a revocation of the permit,
No,
I think, and
I
fines.
mean, you have people that are guests that are non-compliant with the ordinance, regardless of consent of the renter or the operator, that the city can remove them from that short-term rental. There's no provision.
No, there's no provision.
Because in a hotel, the police can absolutely remove somebody from a hotel.
I'm sorry. Somebody?
I'm sorry, if I may, I believe that's covered under municipal code, so any violations of it would be just like, disorderly conduct, anything like that, the police would have authority.
From a residence, from a single-family residence?
If the complaint came in and it was, was viable, they're drunk or disorderly or whatever, it'd be the same as somebody came to your door, and if they're in violation of the law, of municipal code, then that would, that's.
Sure, I just don't think raucous parties at 3 in the morning is a jailable offense
No.
inside a house.
The last thing generally police want to do is, they want to de-escalate the situation and not arrest somebody. So they're going to give a warning, a thorough, hard warning for a compliance. And then if they get a call back, which, then it's on.
Does staff have a recommendation on this?
So, yeah, and keep in mind, these are regulations for short-term rentals, primarily for operators' regulations, right? How are short-term rentals going to be regulated? And to Commissioner Redfield's comments, there are other portions of the code that could be enforced against the guests. So loud and unruly conduct, noise,
And that's enforced by the city directly on the guests.
Right, that could be enforced upon the guest itself, but, I mean, we're not going to go in and say, you've got to leave this short-term rental, because that's a contractual.
Yeah, understood.
Yeah.
I guess as a similar comparison, and it's been a long time since college, if someone had a college party at their house that they're renting and it's their full-time residence, the police often shows up because neighbors call. I don't know, that's kind of what I visualize.
So I have a question here. I understand that this is, how we're sort of regulating operators. However, if a specific property continues to have issues like this over and over and over, and the city is kind of doing its part and doing what it can to enforce, whether it's, showing up, de-escalating, requesting for, noise to be whatever. But there is evidence that this is a home that is constantly being used for events, so there are things in the ordinance that are being violated. Doesn't that come back full circle as the operator's responsibility to manage their rental? I mean, at what point are we sort of going, okay, strike 1, 2, 3 operator, you have outdoor cameras so you can kind of see, you have noise monitors so you can kind of hear, police are frequently being called to your residence, and you just can't seem to manage your business, because that's what this is, effectively and respectfully. So is there anything in here that sort of, I mean, I'm trying to overreach here, but.
Yeah, no, I think, did you want to speak? Right, so there are provisions in here that address that issue. So if they have violations, they may not be able to renew their STR permit. They may have their STR permit revoked if they're not operating in compliance with these proposed regulations. We tried to address that exact issue.
Yeah, and I read this as also covering complaints from the renter to the operator. I don't have a proposal here. I just figured I'd bring it up for discussion. If everyone else is okay with it, we could move on.
Yeah.
I don't hear any other ideas.
I think the majority of the complaints would likely come from that QR code. That's what I think where these complaints would come from. Somebody next door or in the neighborhood, here's these guests that are being too loud. They would check the QR
The
code.
QR code goes to who? Just directly to the operator?
Well,
Or
so the
goes
QR
through a
code would have the
service?
information, like the contact information for the responsible party or the operator.
Got it.
And then that whoever wants to complain would pick up the phone and call.
But to know if they call back within 30 minutes, they'd have to also call the city or register the time, or does the QR code like register a complaint mechanically?
I don't believe that was the intent. It was just supposed to be a way for contact. I think the way we would know if it was within 30 minutes is the complainant would have to advise the city, hey, this person didn't call me for 2 days.
So I actually have comments on F on this page that are specifically about this.
I have a worry that this would be, you'd get dragged into a lot of neighbor versus neighbor disputes where they could be home and you're complaining about them and say, like, you know, I used the QR code, I called, there was noise. I go, well, it wasn't rented, that was me and my family having a party because my daughter got married. Okay, let's leave this one alone and move on, I guess.
Are we on F?
Yes, we are on F. I wanted to make sure that there was a minimum sign size, so like making sure the QR code is like 3x3 or 5x5 or something. And then also having visibility requirements. Like I like that it's very specific on where it would need to go, but making sure that it's visible, so like you can't plant a shrub right in front of it, even if it's on the right facade. I think that's an important part of this. I also think that this section needs to do a better job at clarifying that multifamily, which is referred to here, is hosted. And then, to get to the last point that Vice Chair just hit on, I think that also on this QR code, every single QR code needs to also universally have the city's complaint form so that we are also getting it and people are not just contacting the responsible party. So that there's like you could email the city or you could fill out a form on the website or whatever it is, but we have a log of complaints that are not dependent on an STR operator in fear of losing their permit. And I don't know if that helps address some of what you were concerned about, Vice Chair.
Mm-hmm. So you're saying there would be basically, if that QR code is utilized, the city would be notified as well?
No, I would be, so like, let's say I walk by an STR, I look at the QR code, it pulls up the information of the responsible party that I can call, but it also provides me with, you may also submit, the city of Pacifica will not respond to your complaint within 30 minutes. However, a log of your complaint will be sent to the city if you use this
Right.
web
So
address
it
or
would
this
still-
email.
It would still be up to the complainant's obligation to contact the city.
Exactly.
Okay.
So there's a proactive thing that a complainant can do. The city is not responding in 30 minutes.
that's-
That's insane.
Great idea, because so then it shows, I don't know, about lack of a better word, interest.
Yeah.
From, that the city cares about the issue as well. If I may jump into that one too, the 6 square feet thing on the sign just seems, I just picture a, almost like walking up to a restaurant where you've got the, the wine list and the dinner menu and the dessert menu on this nice placard. I think something more like your basic 8.5 by 11 or 17 by 11. It's got to be in there also that it needs to be weatherproof. I mean, it's going to be outside. I don't know about you, but it does get wet around here
Yeah,
occasionally.
weatherproof. I agree with that.
Windproof, waterproof, something like that, but it can't, it's not going to be out on the mailbox, which is illegal anyway, but on a fence, something that's visible but not obtrusive or, again, somebody's. My only fear on this really is that you could have, the neighbor down the street that's a nuisance complaint. So, it needs to be close enough to the door but not on the door. I don't know how to define that, and that's going to be an individual dwelling issue. but I think the 6 square feet is insane.
Well,
I'm guessing it came from our sign
because
ordinance.
it's maximum.
It's a max,
I
yeah.
think it's more, nobody's going to intentionally put out 6 square foot unless they want to advertise their rental, right?
But that's
And
the
that's how I read this, is like when you go on, if you go to Southern California, all the beachfront houses
Yeah.
have a phone number, hey, come rent this house.
Yeah.
That's what I assume they're trying to limit here. They're not pushing anybody towards a 6 square foot sign.
But it does allow for that. And,
Does allow for
and,
it.
And in my opinion, that's just not
I don't want to see that on my neighborhood.
good,
Yeah, I concur. I mean, I was probably coming from our sign ordinance at 6 square feet. No, it was just okay, can we do like
I believe-
no bigger than,
Yeah, I believe that it's actually in the ordinance that it nullifies any of the sign or something, it addresses the sign ordinance existing in the city.
I mean, 6 square feet is the size of this TV, right?
Yeah.
That's huge.
It's-
can we
it's
do,
big.
can we do no greater than 2 square feet?
That seems, yeah.
Well, if
would-
you want it visible from the right of way though, if you wanted to be able to see it,
You could see a 2 square foot sign from the right of way.
Yeah, but I don't know if you could scan it.
So I have a
No.
different, this really feels like the Scarlet Letter. It gives me major ick vibes.
Yeah.
Like, this is gross. I sort of feel like you can accomplish the exact same thing by canvassing the freaking square block around you. Everyone knows you're an STR. Why do we have to mark you? Like the mark of the beast? What is this? It's weird.
How do you complain?
You can have it literally the same way we get our lovely notices from the planning department about permits that are coming up in the neighborhood. They can be issued a letter with a QR code, with a link, with all the things in the exact same way without having to put a placard on the front of a home. I mean, think about that. There's a party, there's a rager going on, people are barfing on the front lawn, and you're gonna go, oh, excuse me, and let me just scan this QR code? I mean, that's dangerous. And it's dangerous for the person complaining, the neighbor, the troubled neighbor, whatever you want to call them, and it's equally dangerous for the operator, or the person that owns the property. You know, there's such dissension in some of these neighborhoods. Like, some of these people are already so angry. It's like, do we really need to put lipstick on the pig? Does this really accomplish that in the most professional way? Is this instigating things? Is it going to cause fisticuffs on the front lawn?
I was going to say, if I may just jump in on that too, I said that it just basically presents the opportunity for confrontation.
I would
right off the
never
bat.
go up to a QR code like this. Are you kidding me? Like, I have 3 small kids. I would call the police and go, I'm across the street. People are crazy. Please come and help me. I would never have the balls to walk up to a sign like this.
What if it was a sign that was on the property line?
Girlfriend, no. That doesn't feel safe to me. I'm just being really honest here. It just does not feel safe.
Chair Hauser, if I may.
Please.
I think the intent of this sign and the QR code wasn't to be a substitute for calling the police. You know, obviously, if you're in a situation and there's a party going on, call the police and have them come out to make sure that they're in compliance with the noise ordinance or not. I think that the council's desire to have this type of information available was so that residents in the community knew that the property was being used as a short-term rental, but also had some way of identifying information about the operator. So the QR code seemed something that is technologically feasible and appropriate at this point in time. So we can definitely reduce the sign size if the planning commissioners feel that the sign is just too big. But I think the council felt that the sign and the QR code served the purpose of providing information to the community in a way that was like, you know, if you missed your notice or 2 years after the property became an STR and that notice is long gone, you still have a way to contact the operator.
I understand it from that perspective. I guess it just feels sort of like overreach, and I mean, still, case in point, I had applied for a permit for our home, and we were coming up for a planning commission meeting, and I saw Commissioner Wright pacing in front of my house. And I said, who is this man out here? Now, if I had somebody coming up to scan a QR code, I'm sorry, it's just so strange. This is a strange solution.
It's only
to
posted when
this.
you're not there.
The
I just feel
intent,
so strange. I understand the intent. I'm just going, is there a more reasonable? I understand, look, this is for my ego. I need this on record. I think this is so terribly strange and inappropriate, and I just think there's probably a better way.
I
And it's
think
okay if council does not agree with
At
the little.
at the very least, I think it should be worded such that it doesn't encourage the entrance onto private property.
Thank you.
Right? Because if I put doesn't have a minimum size, if I put a 6 square inch size on my front door, you can't read it from the street, and I don't need people coming through my front gate to scan a QR code.
Okay.
Right? I don't have.
So let's do this one at a time so we can be organized. Does anybody else want to remove the QR code completely? Okay. I totally agree with the idea of putting it at the property line and not going up, and also limiting the size, but also making it visible. Because unlike you, who had a notice sign as a private homeowner, which is super, super awkward, this is like a known business, and you're opting into having a business. I don't know. Okay. Location, shall we just deliberate on location a little bit?
Within
the property line?
5 feet of the public right of way.
Okay. Is anybody opposed to within 5 feet of the public right of way?
I think that, yeah, it's got to be. I said it's got to be something reasonable like that, where it's not obtrusive, but it's not to either side. You don't want somebody coming up your front door. You don't want somebody, kind of
And
trying to
maybe
peer.
within 5 feet of the public right of way and clearly legible without.
Yes.
Okay, so here's what I'm putting in here. I'm putting in a minimum size for the QR code of 3 inches by 3 inches, just because that seems like what a phone would read easily. A visibility requirement that is not blocked by anything. It's within 5 feet of a public right-of-way. It's weatherproof. It also has an email or web address to lodge a record of complaint with the city. And a maximum size, I think we had said, of 2 square feet, although I don't think we talked about it.
What's the minimum size?
There's no minimum, but the QR code has to be a minimum of 3 inches by 3 inches.
3 by
3.
3 inches by 3 inches, just for the QR code,
Is there any kind of universal design criteria so that people will know, this is the STR code? Right, it would be a lot better if they all had the same sign.
Yeah.
What if it's in a form approved by the administrator?
I like that.
We could potentially create a template.
Okay. Okay.
So there's not currently a requirement to have the actual phone number listed in case someone isn't technologically comfortable with a QR code? Is that for privacy or? Yeah, okay. Hey.
So for the microphone, Vice Chair said
I'm a
it's
millennial.
2025.
Yeah.
Okay, any more deliberation? I feel like we are all almost in agreement. I'm sorry, Commissioner Devine, I totally agree with the scarlet letter thing. I don't know if there's a better way.
I just had one more, just for the sign size. I just think for printing, just the simplicity and universality of printing, just a regular 8.5 by 11 or a 17 by 11 is just, and it's easy to get a frame for, or weatherproof enclosure or something like that. Just, I'm done.
So what did we settle on the size?
I had it as no more than 2 square feet, but I think
having just a maximum and then a minimum QR code requirement is sufficient. And it's very likely that people will print on 8.5 by 11.
But if they print on 11 by 17, that's more than like a square foot.
Yeah, it would be, no, that's still.
It's well under 2.
Yeah.
Yeah,
still
it's under 2.
18 by 18 is like 2.25 square feet.
Right, okay. So to reiterate, a maximum size of 2 square feet, a minimum size QR code of 3 inches by 3 inches, a visibility requirement where it's not like blocked by stuff, 5 feet maximum from the right-of-way, weatherproof, sign and form approved by the administrator. QR code should also have email or web address to lodge a record of complaint with the city.
And Chair Hauser, just to confirm, so the 5 foot, within 5 feet of the right-of-way requirement would be for single-family dwellings only, right? The doors, we specify in the proposed ordinance that it would be on the door if it's a multifamily dwelling unit, a hosted multifamily dwelling unit, or a condominium.
Do you need to say on an exterior wall, there's a fence or something up there?
No, they'll put on a little post. I think as long as it's in a form approved by the administrator, that is the catch-all that like staff can deal with it. If they think it's ugly, they won't say yes.
Okay.
Okay. Going to the multifamily, I wanted to add, someone had mentioned this to me and I wanted to add it. If the STR is part of an HOA, then there should be a letter from the HOA affirmatively evidencing that the STR is allowed by the governing documents of the HOA, because most CCNRs prohibit short-term rentals. So I want to make sure that we're not accidentally creating an issue with HOA boards.
Where are you referencing that?
I am making it up from
Well, but the question is,
Okay.
so Chair Hauser, this was discussed by the Planning Commission, by the council, and I can't recall offhand what the end determination of the council was on whether or not to include a letter from, I think the majority of the council did not want to include that requirement because they didn't want, Assistant City Manager Carter has an answer to that.
Yeah.
No, I just want to add that we already asking this information on the application form, so they
It's on the
have to, it's
application?
on application, not the requirement of the letter, but they have to sign that it's their responsibility to comply with whatever HOA requirements they have.
Okay.
So that is addressed, and the city specifically, I think during the discussion with the council, we made an argument, we didn't want to get into the middle kind of discussion between the HOA.
With HOA boards,
Right.
I wholly understand, as long as it's on
But
the
the language
application
is
form.
already on the application, even under the current.
And then the liability is not on the city.
Right.
Perfect, okay.
Sorry.
No, that's in fact, I remembered it.
Is that listed somewhere in the application on this ordinance?
It's on the STR permit application, as it is currently
So
already listed.
If I may, Chair Hauser, I think that's an example of information that we ask for on the application that may not be specifically prescribed within the ordinance. So I think that is one of the examples maybe that I was searching for.
The catch-all?
The catch-all, exactly.
But to be clear, Chair Hauser, that it says the application form will include, at a minimum, the following information. So this is just the minimum information that's going to be on, within the application. It's not intended to be an exhaustive list.
Okay. Is everyone okay with that?
I can live with it.
Okay. Anything else on page 8? Okay. Page 9 of the ordinance?
I have something for L.
Yes, please.
I did read in some of the public comment some concerns about not counting children under the age of 12. They should not count toward, or that they should count towards the occupancy limits. For examples such as, when somebody comes to town and they have a whole soccer team and everybody is 8 years old and there's 10 kids in the place, or something like that. I know that some of the other things in this ordinance combat situations like that, like the car thing, parking, frankly. But I don't know. How do you guys feel about this?
Go ahead.
I think you're right. I think that people organize Little League teams, and they can have kids of 11 or something, and you could show up with, 15, 11-year-olds. I think you need to drop that indication of children and just count people.
As a person with a family of 5 who would like to be able to rent 2 bedrooms, I think that's overreaching, right? Like, you create an age limit, right, and that it's each operator's prerogative to do that, but
I hear both sides.
It offends
yeah.
me, but it's like, if that's what you guys want to do, I understand.
Well, I'm going to complicate this a little bit more and say that I actually think the parking requirement is too stringent, which is cute, and I was going to get there, but like I feel like it's all part of the same conversation. Like I understand, especially in the coastal zone, on all of the like west of Highway 1 side. Like I feel like in the coastal zone, the amount of parking, 1 per bedroom, that makes sense because we want people to visit the coast. The Coastal Commission cares about it, and there's not a lot of parking there currently. But on my side of the freeway, like there's typically much more street parking, and I think it's insane to expect a 4-bedroom home to provide four like on-site parking spaces. So I would want to personally delineate 1 per bedroom in the coastal zone, but compliant with like the zoning code, so 2, for example, for single-family.
I don't know if it has to be, I don't know if it should be limited, and I know like we're veering away from this. I really wanted to bring up L as more of a, hey, I noticed some public comment, like what do you guys think? But the parking thing, you know, I'm in Rockaway and I'm on the other side of the freeway too, and it's really bad. You know, there'll be like a tiny home, there'll be like a 3-bedroom, you know, your typical 2-3 or 3-2 rather, and you know, there'll be 6 cars.
You're on the east. Yeah, okay, I know where
You know, and that's like, there's no street parking where I am. There's not even sidewalks. So that's so tough and frustrating, you know? And so I see both sides of it where we're going, don't be abusive, but also be reasonable. And then again, those 2 words are so subjective.
Can I?
Is
okay.
there housing stock that has 4 off-street parking
No.
places in Pacifica?
No.
There
And
probably
in
are a
fact, I don't
couple.
think our code really allows for it from like a garage standpoint. I mean, what I would love to see is language that says like within the coastal zone, blah, 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 blah. Outside of the coastal zone, a minimum of 2 off-street parking unless additional spaces are required by the city manager or his designee, or the administrator or her designee. And that way there's like, you know, like your neighborhood is really impacted, and then the administrator has the right to say, no, you need 4 parking spaces, you have 4 bedrooms. But where I live in Manor, and I have one 2 blocks away that has 4 bedrooms, and all the reviews say comfortably sleeps 16 people, which is absurd. It's constantly being used, one of the most, it doesn't affect me because I'm 2 blocks away, but there's constantly trash. It's right across from the park, and my really sweet neighbor that lived next door moved away because she couldn't take it anymore. So I totally get it. We also are not impacted from parking, and I don't love the idea of like encouraging. I just don't. I think it's too much.
That's a really great example, and I don't know how you guys feel about the Los Gatos guest parking pass situation, where we're going, okay, this is a 4-bedroom house, but they're advertising it for 16 people.
But Los Gatos doesn't have street parking the way we do. How would you enforce it?
Well, how would,
It's obvious for them, right, because no one's parked on the street unless they have a permit. Here, everyone's parked on the street, so how am I going to know if it's the Airbnb person's car or the apartment building next door or someone visiting the library or the beach or, right?
but I think some of the things in here are going to be the same way. Very, very, very challenging to practically enforce. A lot of this, we're going, we hope we have the capacity to enforce this 1,001 things. Do we?
I mean, look at like Cape Breton, like the code enforcement over there.
You know?
Like years of documentation. I don't think anything happened. Like I
Right.
totally hear you.
So-
I just think it's too much to require an amount of parking that I actually don't think our zoning code allows.
Oh, yeah, that was where I got off, because I just don't think there are houses that can comply.
Right.
No, literally. I
To-
mean, the majority of homes can't.
Yeah.
Like 90%. So that means all these
You could require
operators.
that they require only 2 cars, which is common in Tahoe and places where they, anywhere where there's snow or,
Yeah. I just think like if you have a 3-bedroom house and you have space for 2 cars, then you are banned from being an STR. And we're doing so much other stuff that makes it hard.
I guess a thought, sorry, go
Well,
ahead.
I just wanted to interject and just remind the Planning Commission that the council took a lot of time on both of these provisions and debated, these types of requirements in the various study sessions that they had and came to a conclusion for a majority of them and provided direction on that. So this is something that's already been discussed significantly and thoroughly by the council.
We might have spent a
yeah.
few minutes talking about parking up here too, over the years.
Yeah, I mean, I think if we were making a determination, like when we had, what was it? When we had the RV parking spaces and we were like the final say on it, but council had already dictated where they were going, it was kind of absurd for us to talk about it, but this is just our recommendation and council can take it or leave it. I don't know. We're not like tearing it apart. We're just clarifying most things.
You had to remind us that was terrible.
That was awful. Okay, sorry. So sticking with L, because now we're almost at 11 o'clock, and I know we all have jobs. So I've heard mixed feelings on L. I kind of concur on both ends. Like, it would be unpleasant to be next to a soccer party. I also have young kids. We all have young kids, almost.
Yeah.
And, yeah. So, I don't know. I will go with the majority. Commissioner Berman, I'm going to call you out as...
I mean, I want to take to heart the fact that I know council has recently spent a lot of time talking about everything, so I don't want us to go around in circles, but the thought that I had is, what if each permit identified a number for adults and a number for children? I mean, that's challenging because, I mean, I have one child and he sleeps in a pack and play, so I'm not going to rent a bedroom for my child.
Right, you wouldn't be allowed to rent a one-bedroom if we included him.
Right. Right. So, I don't know.
I'm fine with it as is. Commissioner Godwin? Or Commissioner Redmond?
I think you ought to just strike the children under 12 sentence.
Okay, so you want no children under 12. Commissioner Devine wants no children under 12. Alex?
Certainly
If you do
not
that, you have
what
to
I
be
said.
medium, right, because you don't want to have a soccer team and 2 chaperones.
Right.
Right.
But you also don't want to say, hey, you can't bring your baby to this one-bedroom apartment.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's, I don't know if there is an intersection, frankly, in this one thing.
Okay.
Yeah, the scenario is there for either one. So it's like, it could happen, like I said, you bring in a,
You could say
softball team.
3 children, 2,
What if it's
some number of children.
Your family size.
The first 4 children, because it would change
First
the
4
size of the
children
house,
are
right?
Don't count.
Yeah.
Or whatever.
Okay, so are we saying, I mean, I heard 4, and just in the spirit of trying to propose something, are we saying 4 children under the age of 12 shall not count towards these occupancy limits?
I'd just leave it.
I'm inclined to leave it as is. The other,
I'm sorry.
Okay, I
Yeah.
heard leave, and I'm leave, so that's quorum.
Someone checking the ages of kids.
we can,
So they're still subject to the Muni Code for, noise ordinance or whatnot.
Okay, we're
So it's
leaving
kinda-
L
algorithm.
as is.
like, adult plus.
Moving on.
That will
Like,
be the 2030
proportional, yeah.
update of the STR ordinance. Okay. Can we come back to my car concern on Q?
Which letter are you on?
Q.
Q.
I'm okay with the way it's worded within the coastal zone. And frankly, I talked to
Probably eventually.
one of the council members, one of the ex-council members, and I think that was the concern, was the coastal zone
Oh, we forgot we had it.
for this one. Thoughts? So here, I'm going to read my proposed language. Within the coastal zone, exactly what it says. Outside the coastal zone, a minimum of 2 off-street parking spaces unless additional spaces are required by the administrator or her designee.
Chair Hauser.
Yes.
Before you get input from the planning commissioners, I did look back at our notes, and the recommendation from the Coastal Commission was to require 1 parking space per STR bedroom. And so
Right.
that was
Right.
taken in by the council, and that was the reason for their direction to us.
And that's why I'm bifurcating it to continue to keep that in the coastal zone, but remove the odd language outside of the coastal zone. Any takers?
No,
You
I'm
agree?
with you 100%. Yeah.
Okay.
And I didn't know
concur.
that that came straight from the Coastal Commission, so they'll end up making it a comment anyways.
Yeah. Commissioner Godwin, you're okay with it? You're okay with it? You're okay with it? Okay. So we agree. I am adding that to my notes. All right.
Can I clarify to make sure I have it accurately?
Yes.
So that was maintaining as is within the coastal zone and then adding a requirement for 2 minimum outside of the coastal zone?
Yes,
Was the
unless
proposal?
otherwise required by the city's administrator. So staff has the discretion to ask for more. So for example, in Daniela's neighborhood, where like Beach Boulevard, what's the street?
Rockaway Beach.
Is super, super impacted, and you have a 5-bedroom home, let's say, there are not a lot of them, but there are a couple newer homes there. You have a 5-bedroom home that becomes an STR. The city administrator can say, in this impacted neighborhood, where there have been parking studies for all these paper streets that we've done, we are going to require you to have 4 parking spaces instead of 2.
Director, may I ask you one quick question? When that was stated, you gave kind of a quizzical frown on your face. What were your trepidations on that statement? If I may, I don't mean to put you on the spot. It was, you clearly had a catch.
Commissioner Redfield, I think that when you have a requirement for something like parking, from an administrative standpoint, having a defined amount is preferable over over discretion because it becomes very difficult to administer fairly.
Okay.
How about with respect to zoning? So if we're saying a minimum of 2 off-street parking stalls and then let's say this is an R2 or where zoning-wise more parking may be required, would that override it? So should we have some statement of, or
But
2 minimum, or
I don't think we have a single-family designation that requires 3 parking spaces or more. I'm pretty sure we don't.
Effectively, you
based on
do
unit,
in certain
based on how many
ways, because you can
units?
require a 2-car garage and a driveway.
Outside of a subdivision? Okay.
I feel like we've reviewed it a few big times.
So I'm pretty sure that is a requirement in residential. So don't quote me on that, but it sounds accurate to me with the 2.
Yeah, I ran into that permitting issue.
Okay, what if we reword this? I think I know where to go with this. Outside the coastal zone, STRs shall require the number of off-street parking spaces as required by the zoning, but in no event shall that number be less than 2.
But
In case there's a 1-bedroom home.
1-bedroom homes is the only thing I would.
Yeah, or an 80.
How about
I don't know.
something simpler? How about
No less
saying,
than 2 is fine with me.
Okay. Go ahead, Commissioner Godwin.
just leave it the way it is, subject to the discretion of the planning director?
But that's what the director advised
I-
against, because it's not going to necessarily be, it could feel unfair to people.
It could.
I like just leaving it at 2 parking spaces.
I like the revised language you said, because then if our zoning gets updated 20 years from now, this doesn't have to follow it.
Okay.
Can I make a
Yes.
recommendation? I think that 2 or some number similar is much more straightforward and easier to enforce. If you're talking about zoning districts, you have the issue of, like, well, what does the zoning code say? Is this legally non-conforming? And so do we have to factor that in? I mean, it just becomes very complex when you're talking about applying zoning standards in the various districts to this short-term rental obligation. So my recommendation would be to just, if the Planning Commission is inclined to change what is before you, then I would recommend finding a specific number, whether it's 2 or some
I'm
other
okay with
number.
2.
Sold.
Wait, so I guess so is the concern, let's say this residence per the zoning requires 3 off-street parking stalls and the owner applies for this permit, is the concern that it would be a burden to them to comply with the zoning that they should comply with, no matter what? I mean, if they're getting some type of permit? Because that just seems to work against the city.
I think in that case, Commissioner Berman, you would have to take into account the non-conforming status, which then complicates whether or not you can require an additional parking space. So I think it's not straightforward. I mean, we'd have to look at the specifics.
I mean, I think that could be the case for so many things, because part of the desire of this ordinance change is to make sure that properties that are going to be STRs conform to what we want them to conform to. I like the idea of the revised language that Chair Hauser said a few minutes ago, but if I'm not a part of the majority, that's fine.
I'm open as long as it allows for less parking on, I mean, I'm like, this is the only thing that I thought was too much, besides the noise monitors, which I totally backed off.
I don't see, and I'm not as intimately familiar with zoning code and law and just the laws that might be considered here, but to me, it seems like little harm to say must comply with the zoning, which, okay, yeah, makes sense. I can wrap my head around that. I live in a zone that has zoning requirements, or no less than 2. I don't know. It seems clear to me, but.
I'm open to either. I don't know.
I'd defer to staff. It makes it easy for them. 2 seems like.
Okay. Is everybody open to 2?
Yeah.
2?
Pretty easy to follow.
2. Okay. I'm seeing a majority for 2. Anything else on this 9th page? Okay. Anything on the 10th page?
Yeah. I have an issue, I have an issue on the 10th page, but I'm not sure that my solution is. The issue I'm looking at is the trash pickup. And I'm bringing this up specifically because the only real problem I ever had with a short-term rental was a man a few weeks ago came over and threw a bunch of bags of trash over my fence. And when my wife asked him to stop doing that, he yelled at her. She went in the house, and that's the kind of thing that escalates quickly, right? She's got both kids with her, and he's just person is screaming at her for how dare he stop her from throwing trash into our yard. The problem was he had a short-term rental, and there was no space in the trash can. And if you have 5 groups of people coming through in the week, they have a different trash need than a couple that lives there, right? The way the ordinance is written now, we already require every long-term rental and resident to have weekly trash pickup. There's no above and beyond here.
So what's the solution?
I was kind of opening it up for ideas.
I've got one idea. A place I used to rent at a lake, but a couple thousand miles from here. They had a central trash. They required that the tenants deliver their trash to the central point, like the recycling yard, and throw it in a dumpster. And it was several miles away from the particular house I rented on the lake. And it was a pain, but it was.
You're suggesting a debris box paid for by the collective
right, or you could
operators?
Have a box dropped in front of the house that's easier to use than throwing it over the yard at the neighbor.
This might be an easier solution. I've been to some bigger Airbnb properties, and they have multiple cans.
Yeah, you can just pay Recology for another can.
I mean, it's like three, like full-size garbage, 2 recycling, 1 compost situation. Yes, it is what it is, but I've had that issue so many times, Alex, where I've been at an Airbnb and I'm like the 4th person there that week.
Yep.
And we have a group of 6, and all of the trash is full.
Yep.
But I guess, how do we make that a requirement?
If there's a complaint regarding trash to the administrator can require additional recology bins to be provided, or there's revocation of the permit.
Does this track, is that possible?
Well, I would prefer to have that type of regulation in the city's code section that's devoted to collection. But because there could be STRs that don't need additional trash cans.
But would it be, here's how I'm looking at it. Would it be weird to include a prescribed fine for excess garbage or garbage not above and beyond what is, what they're spaced for in the bins for that property, right? So if they're leaving trash bags on the street,
Right.
or in view, like, that could constitute a fine to the owner, then it would then be the operator's prerogative to go after the tenant for that cost, right? I mean, they have, all of these hosting sites have provisions for going after these types of things.
Right, yeah. So, I mean, there certainly are code requirements that would address that issue. So I think I can find it in a second, but the city has regulations prohibiting dumping.
Sure.
Or having garbage cans where there's excess garbage on the street as opposed to in the containers, right? You have to put the garbage in the containers. And so a property owner could be cited for violations of those codes, and they could pass it on to the tenant. I don't know what their rental agreement says, but maybe. So I think, but to address what we want to put in this ordinance, maybe we could include something about compliance with.
Look, I included my personal example as just an allegory, but one of the biggest complaints I get is the neighbors that just get trash in their trash cans.
Right.
Because they have Airbnbs next door.
That was a
What if
public comment, too.
What if we add a provision when it gets to the penalties that clarifies that complaints involving trash or nuisance, like involving trash, qualify as a violation?
Well, there's one other thing to consider. Recology will pick up extra trash bags. You could require that tenants put their trash in black trash bags.
Isn't that limited?
Yeah.
Curbside.
If I may, as far as I know, I don't recall seeing a requirement on the, they're supposed to, and the operator is supposed to post basic information in the house. Is that a requirement for them to post what the trash day is? I don't recall seeing that in there, because that would be important information. Also, when you have an account with Ecology, you can get, there's 4 people 4 adults in our house, and we have the smallest gray trash can. That works for us. That's not going to work for somebody, especially on vacation, because they really could care less what they're putting, recycling, green.
Consumables. Yeah.
And you're bringing, exactly, paper plates, plastics, whatnot. Could that be a requirement to add or have, I don't know what size they go up to. I said ours is a 20-gallon. I think it's the smallest one.
Yeah.
To have a larger size, and could that be based on the bedroom size? I mean, theoretically, if you got 4 bedrooms, or if you have a 2-bedroom, you could have the smaller size as required. Just, it's more layers here. But definitely the pickup days posted, because those are, they're very consistent unless it's Christmas or New Year's. They're extremely good. Also, excess trash, I believe there's a fee for that. You can call for extra pickup, but they're not going to pick it up unless it's called in, to the best of my knowledge. There's an extra fee for that. So excess trash could easily be, it's if the operator's not here, it's unhosted, you could potentially, that's another city ordinance, is the cans have to be behind a fence by 11 o'clock or something, with 6 o'clock, I think it is, 6 p.m. on pickup day. So theoretically, you put them out before you go to work, you come home, so they're not sitting out in the street or whatever all day.
Okay, Vice Chair, I'm like gonna pick on
That's-
you a little bit.
That's weeds, sorry.
I do want to add that we could certainly add something to the operator's requirements to provide information to the guests. There's that list, I think, that Commissioner Redfield was referencing, where we could add that requirement. There's also a requirement that it's in in section 9-4.4905, subsection H, which just says the short-term rental shall comply with all provisions of the Pacifica Municipal Code, including but not limited to, and it lists out different chapters. We could add the garbage chapter, the garbage collection chapter, that does require garbage, refuse, rubbish, waste matter all be placed by the person upon whose premises shall have been produced or accumulated in containers of size, design, and weight as provided in the franchise agreement between the scavenger and the city. So we could put that in there to be clear that they have to comply with the garbage requirements.
And I believe Vice Chair Ferguson also said, is it possible to do an administrative penalty on the operator for that? That, again, in my mind,
Have it deem as a real violation of the permit.
yeah.
Right.
A punitive action is enforceable, obviously, a punitive thing in there that could make the operator to be on top of it.
Right.
So it doesn't become an issue.
And I think trash is right there with noise on highest complaints, and you've addressed noise like very, very well here. There's really nothing to address trash other than this thing that says they have to do the same thing that every other homeowner has to do.
Okay, so just in order to put a fine point on this, in H, we're definitely adding the garbage requirement code section. I think that's a really good idea anyway. And then we're going to clarify that violations of the city's trash ordinance count as penalties.
Well,
Correct.
Any violation, so if the STR rental, if the short-term rental does not comply with the garbage requirements, which are in Chapter 6.5, that could be separately cited as a violation of the garbage chapters, or it could be cited as a violation of the short-term rental requirements, and then they could be fined in accordance with the short-term rental fines and violations, et cetera.
Got it.
Does
So
that make sense?
just adding the garbage ordinance to that H covers it.
Yeah,
Are you
I
okay
think
with
it
that,
would
Vice Chair?
be
Yeah,
there
that works.
anyway, but let's add it because it's I think an important add.
Okay.
And would that also mean that if somebody complains about trash being generated from the short-term rental, that
That would be,
fall under the same category?
yeah, I think so. I mean, that's related to their short-term rental, and so could be a violation
Right.
of
It's
the
not, it's not a violation of the city's trash policy to push your trash in your neighbor's trash can, as far as I know.
Yeah, I don't know if there's a specific, I don't know if that's a specific requirement or a regulation, but it definitely could be that they have to comply with Chapter 6.5.
And our code enforcement officers do go out on calls about garbage.
Okay. Cool. I feel like we have consensus, but any no's? Okay. Consensus. So anything on the next page 10, or this page 10? Okay, anything on page 11? Anything on page 12? I have one on page 12. Okay, so for 12D, it talks about what the penalties are, and it talks about an initial violation, a second violation, and then subsequent violations. But it doesn't seem to jive with the rest of the ordinance because my understanding is after 2 violations, you lose your permit. So there shouldn't be subsequent violations unless we're doing this as they keep operating out of they're operating without a permit and we're finding them because they're operating without I don't know what I'm saying.
Right, so,
Too late.
so they could have, so this has to do with fines, not
Right.
revocation of the permit. That's totally separate. This is fines. And so this language is taken from Government Code Section 36900D, which provides this language. And you could have multiple violations, and each violation would be a distinct and separate such that you could impose one fine and then a second fine for the violations, even if they're done within a couple days of each other or even on the same day.
I think what I'm saying is, you have an STR permit, you get one violation, so you're fined. You get a second violation, so you're fined again at the $3,000. You should never get the third violation because you lose your permit.
But it could happen all at the same time.
I think she's saying if you have a party, you could get hit for the trash, the noise, the
Right.
people.
Got
Exactly.
it. Okay.
So the revocation is something to consider separately, and we would have to look at the basis for the revocation separately. This is distinct in that we're only looking at the basis for imposition of fines.
Got it. Okay. So I will remove that. Thank you for clarifying.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah. The fines could also apply if someone was operating a short-term rental without a permit.
Right.
Got it. Okay. That'll be good. Okay. Any other items on page 12? And if not,
Yeah, I've got
oh, go ahead.
an issue about E. It seems like a one-year revocation is awfully short. Is there a possibility of changing that, or is that controlled by some state law or something that makes that the ideal term of waiting or not accepting it? A short-term rental permit.
I'm sorry, what section are you talking about?
Item E on
Right, E
page
is not-
12.
Oh, I see. So that's, thank you, Commissioner Godwin. That language is in the current ordinance. It's the 12-month period before somebody can apply again. So we didn't make any changes to that particular requirement.
So that's a carryover from the original 2018 ordinance.
Correct.
Okay.
I think that is fine from my standpoint. Are you worried about the 12 months?
It seems awfully short to me. I would like to see that period be longer,
Like,
at least
what are
a
you,
couple of years.
2 years?
Yeah.
How often do the permits need to be renewed?
Annually?
Annually?
Yeah.
I guess the 12 consecutive months makes sense to me.
I agree on the 12 months. I think that's a long time, especially if that's a revenue source. It's still punitive enough that it would theoretically make the operator think, I want to comply so I can get back in the good graces and rent it out again. So I think 12 months is a long time, in my opinion, so.
So 12 months, you're okay with the 12 months? What did you want?
No dog at this point. I'm just.
Okay. I'm okay with the 12 months, so I think we're at 3 and an abstain. Daniela, what do you want?
I'm just reading over a public comment where somebody is expressly asking for 24 months. And, I'm thinking about specifically these issues where you're having really egregious operators that are just deeply disrespectful. And the fact that you go through this administrative process, who knows how long it takes, right? Like, it could take 3-4 months for all of these violations to hit and them actually, I understand there's a time period after the third violation, and then I think it's within like 10 days or something, their license is revoked. But if it's revoked for 12 months, they're not holding that property for 12 months. They're backfilling. They're either moving back full-time, they're midterm renting it, or they're long-term renting it. They're not keeping that thing open. So 24 months, I'm just thinking about the most egregious operators. It just doesn't sound that, I don't know, doesn't sound that strict to me. That's just my opinion.
Okay, I have 2 24 months, 3 12 months, and an undecided that needs to decide.
12 months.
Okay, so keeping it the way it is. Anything else on 13? Okay, anything else on 14? Let's talk about secret, I'm just kidding. Sorry. All right, and 15 is a signature sheet. All right, I think we did it. Staff, do you need more clarification? Again, I think everyone's been taking notes. I'll send my notes as well. And I'll copy the vice chair. Any last comments? Any comments from staff? Would somebody like to make a motion?
I move that we adjourn.
Go
Go ahead.
Sorry.
I don't care that much.
I don't think you can move to adjourn. I think we have to finish the item.
Oh,
Pretty.
It's late.
It's an hour and 15 minutes past my bedtime.
I move that the Planning Commission finds that the draft ordinance is exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act pursuant to CEQA guidelines, section 15061B3, and adopts the resolution included in attachment A and as amended here and agreed by the commission to the staff report to initiate the text amendment TA-127-25 and recommends the approval to the City Council and incorporates all maps and testimony into the record by reference.
All right, I'm going to check one more time with staff. Was that motion acceptable?
The motion was acceptable where I think Director Updegrave would prefer to read the changes into the record so that it's clear that what direction has been given to staff.
All right.
It's summarized, not.
Okay. Great.
So if you'll indulge us.
I will absolutely indulge you. My PDF has been acting up, so let me just make sure it's working. Okay. Starting on the second page, in F, multifamily development, adding for avoidance of doubt, duplexes, triplexes, and attached product, inclusive of attached SFDs, are included in the definition of multifamily development. On the next page, permit, in K, permit or short-term rental means a permit issued by the city pursuant to this article to allow the use of a single short-term rental on a single site. In N, responsible party shall mean a natural person over the age of 18, etc. P, sites, hang on. Not reading this. Okay, single-family dwelling unit means a building designated for or used to house not more than one family, including all necessary employees or such family. Single-family attached homes are not included in single-family dwelling unit definition. The next page 4, section 9-4.4903, subsection B. Approved, any location not approved shall be clarified to be a certificate of occupancy or whatever staff researches the true definition by code is. On the next page 5, this is 9-4.4904A, little Roman numeral I. We're going to swap the clauses. All adults for whom the property is a permanent residence shall be listed. Oh, I'm sorry, no, that's not what we're doing. Name and contact information of the operator is one Romanet, and then all adults for whom the property is a permanent residence shall be listed as a new Romanet. That same section, little Romanet 4, we're adding a comma and doors for me, thank you. On that same page, X is being stricken. This is the catch-all phrase. Next page on 6 of 15, section C, the declaration shall have the words under penalty of perjury. That section C shall have under penalty of perjury added to the signed safety declaration. Nothing on page 7. Page 8, C, responsible party shall make all reasonable efforts to address the complaint. And then that same page, F, hosted is going to be put in front of the word multifamily dwelling. A maximum size of the sign of 2 square feet, a minimum size of 3 inches by 3 inches for QR code visibility, for QR code, a visibility requirement, i.e. not behind plants, QR code within 5 feet of public right-of-way, sign and form approved by the administrator, a weatherproof sign. QR code should also have an email or web address to lodge a record of complaint with the city. H on that same page, add the garbage code section to that list. On 9 of 15, Q, within the coastal zone, the short-term rental must provide at least one off-street parking space, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. New line at the end, outside the coastal zone, STRs shall require 2 off-street parking spaces. Nothing on the next page, nothing on the following page, nothing on the following page. That is it. Okay. So with those changes in the record, I think we have a motion from Vice Chair Ferguson that still applies. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Let's please vote.
And that motion passes unanimously.
Okay, I'm very proud of how much work we just did on that. Thank you, everybody. And thank you to the public who are not here but came. Appreciated the input. That takes us, we did communications, that takes us to adjournment. Do we have a motion to end the meeting?
Second.
That we, yeah.
Please vote.
Sorry, could you go ahead and revote, please?
This meeting is adjourned. Thank you.